Knock, 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 knock. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. Sorry I'm late, gentlemen. Sorry I'm late. I told myself I was going to work on that, was not going to be starting the stream late as hell. And then here I am starting the stream late as hell. Here I am doing it. But we already got 37 people in the building. Thank y'all for coming on in. We're going to be getting this thing started. We're going to be joined by Mumia Obsidian Ali. I know some of you may have heard the debacle when Derrick Jaxn tried to go on Clubhouse and just this was his first time trying to, I guess, re-enter these relationship discussions since the fallout, and he re-entered it in a place where he normally doesn't re-enter, or he normally doesn't enter, and that's going live before people who can ask him questions. And ask questions they did. And I don't think he liked the questions that they asked. We have the full clip, the full video, the full everything. We got it. Is here, and we're going to be covering it. So strap on in, and you'll probably see my eyes shifting all over the place. I'm looking at my screen. I'm setting up my intro, getting everything ready to go. Let's get it. Let's go.
Peace, folks. This is X from TPOT Media. Open your mind and wake your black ass up. You know what time it is. Hit that damn like button as you make your way in the door. Grab a seat, settle in, get ready. It's the Grown Man House with your host, my man, Bernard Riley.
Hey, what's up, everybody? This is Mumia Obsidian Ali. You know who I am. I need no introduction, right? And you're listening to the Grown Man Hour with my man Bernard Riley, heard weekdays right here on YouTube. What do you think about that? How about that? Now let's get back on with the show. Thank you.
Welcome back. What's up, good people? So I almost said people. When I say people, it make that little static. Shout out to Kuda. Got to get a pop filter because this thing is supposed to come with one. So when I say Peter Parker picked a purple pepper, it don't static on the mic. I got to get that fixed. We're probably going to get a new mic altogether because I don't like this mic, even though it costs just as much as the fancy mics everybody else use. I don't think it sounds as good. So I might be getting a new mic, but I'm getting things going. I can't even talk today because I'm trying to talk and type, and I can't talk and type at the same time. Like people that got weird brains where they can speak, talk, type, and do all that stuff at the same time. pay attention to something, read something while listening to something else, while typing something else. My brain is not wired to do all of that stuff. But I'm trying to do all of that stuff right now because I'm trying to get the link to Mumia Obsidian Ali while holding a conversation with you all. And that's showing to be a challenge. That's showing to be a challenge. But I just pulled it off. The link is sent to Obsidian. I want to once again thank everybody for coming on in. I know I started late. That could be the early big crowd here is because I started so late. But other than that, this is a freaking audience. But this early in the show, this is a goddamn audience. So I want to thank everybody who's in the building. Who came on through. I got to get a new cord because y'all can see this thing is about to tear to shreds and start a fire. Got exposed wires and shit. I'm over here ratchet as hell getting things started. But we good. I'm trying to pull up the YouTube feed so I too myself can hit the like button. But all of you, make sure you hit the like button on the way into the building, into the show. Make sure you hit that like button. I'm going to have a good one for you today. I'm going to be breaking down, analyzing this thing. So once again, I'd like to thank everybody. I see rainbows in the chat. Why is somebody dropping rainbows like that? Why Sweet Pea Diabetes blowing me kisses and stuff? Sweet Pea Diabetes, you're going to be blowing all them kisses in the chat. We need to know what you look like. You blowing all them kisses. Sweet Pea Diabetes. Hope you don't look like you got diabetes while you blowing all them kisses. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to the early bird squad, those that come in bright and early and drop a comment before we even get things started here. Shout out to Killmatic in the building, just got here. Says Lex, fucking go. Stoic One in the building. Shout out to you. Ace in Spades in the building says, yo. There's a tentative debate going on between all the way on the 28th of April, so don't get too excited for it right away. But me and SKC are going to have a debate on the Prophet of Thought series. Is evolution unscientific? Well, SKC emailed me, and now he wants to change it to is macro evolution unscientific, because I think he understands that evolution is unscientific. So he want to put an asterisk on there and say macro evolution. But we're going to be debating that one. I got to do my research. Got to get up to speed on that one. I like to debate, but that's one that I gotta sharpen my tools to make sure I'm ready for that one, because I know he's gonna bring some effery. Good brother. Shout out to SKC. Black Wolf in the building says, good brothers keep putting in that work. Yes, keep owning his simp ass. Damn. Oh, speaking of doing pre-show perfunctory, it's a lot of stuff I didn't do. I didn't do none of my pre-show stuff. I don't even got monetization on the video. I do want to get a little bit of ad money when y'all click on it. Let me do that. I'm slacking. I'm slipping on my pimping real hard today. Came in late. Don't got the video properly tagged. Everything all wrong. But shout out to all of y'all. I know my camera is refocusing. I didn't feel like playing with it this morning. The problem will be fixed. Just suffer through it. You don't see it as much when I bring up a guest. You don't see the refocus. So just deal with it. There's reasons why I do it. I don't want to explain it, but if I take off the autofocus and the camera sits still, it turns off after a certain amount of time. I didn't know that when I bought the camera. Deal with it for now. It will be fixed later. Clue in the building says, what up, B. Riley? I'm the original $5 king, not Snug. Okay, no, I will give you the original, but he is the current reigning champion. All right. Snuggles is the current reigning champion over here. Okay. When it comes to being the $5 king, the $5 champion, the $5 super chat champion of the world. That is Snuggles over here. You probably was the original. You probably wore the crown for a minute. but shout out to Game Changer in the building. He says peace to the chat. Game Changer up bright and early, unless he overseas somewhere. It's bright and early on the West Coast for Game Changer. Shout out to him. Shout out to Edward Anderson. Said Derrick is basically a Zane novel at this point. And is a constant reminder of black female hypocrisy. We're going to be getting into that too, because we're going to be analyzing a clip I actually haven't even heard, to tell you the truth. Well, it's going to be a few things. We're going to be analyzing and breaking down the Clubhouse video, and Dr. Umar Johnson weighed in on the thing, but I believe he mentioned the women involved. None of the women are saying anything about these mistresses. None of the women are saying anything about the mistresses involved. So we're going to be breaking that down. Why are women only critical of the cheating man, never critical of the woman who's cheating with the married man? Well, they all say, I didn't know that this public figure was married. I didn't know that this public figure with a ring on his finger on his public videos that got 1 million views, ring on his finger and baby seat in the back. Which brings up a sort of dark reality when you think about it. One of the chicks said they had sex in a car, in his truck. I don't want to get into that. But if you having sex in a damn truck with the baby seat in the back, it's a bad situation. It's a bad situation. It is a bad situation. But we want to be getting into a number of things. Shout out to Little Big Nate. I see you down in the chat. Shout out to Psychopatheus in the building. Says he's here for this. He's ready to see it. I see you down there. But without further ado, got to bring up the man of the hour, who breaks this down like only he can. You know who I'm talking about here. Mumia Obsidian Ali in the building. What's going on? Welcome to the show.
Hey, what's going on, Bernard? How you feeling, brother?
Feeling good, man. Feeling good.
I'm feeling great. I want to give a big shout out to my man Marcus Cargill Fitness. Really helped me a lot, not just with regard to the exercising part, which admittedly I need to get back into. I've been so focused with, all the business with the book, and I hope to get back into the physical side of it this month. Actually next week, but most importantly on the dietary side. Still got a lot of work to do on that. But ever since going primarily plant-based, I pretty much, just do seafood at this point. But a lot of vegetables and stuff. Man, I feel fantastic. The pain is like almost gone. I mean, I still get, some episodes here and there, but it used to be like every day I had that kind of pain. Now it's almost gone. So I feel fantastic.
That's good. So this topic here. We got a big audience all the way already in the building. So we almost could get right into it, unless you got some early pre-ramble perfunctory on your mind. You got
absolutely not. I mean, I'm raring to go on this. Everybody wants to hear the analysis of this latest stuff. Derrick Jaxn is like we've heard the term dumpster fire, or the other term, putting out brush fires. And that's kind of what I think of Derrick, because I did have the image. I don't know if you ever seen, during the Vietnam War, Buddhist monks who were protesting against it in Vietnam would light themselves on fire. I don't know if you ever seen like images of that, but they call it self-immolation. Okay. And that's the image that I have of Derrick Jaxn. He's like this walking dumpster fire. He just basically self-immolated, spontaneous combustion, last month. And so it was bad enough that everything happened the way that it did. But it appears that he's going on a self-immolation tour now.
Right.
Going to place with his dumpster fire self, just kind of lighting the town up, And so he was over on Clubhouse, which is the latest big thing. And he made an appearance over there. I got wind of this by way of Mr. Let Go, who himself is connected to Ace Metaphor. And I've been attempting to try to arrange for a showdown between he and I, meaning Ace Metaphor.
How was that coming? Are you getting any
traction
on that at all?
Yeah, he does daily Instagram live videos. He goes live on Instagram, and I'm in the chat room, kind of in the peanut gallery, lobbing pot shots at him. And he said, "Wait a minute, this guy Obsidian Radio, I know this guy. I've heard of this guy. Yeah, man, I want to definitely get up with you to get together." So,
Okay.
we're supposed to be doing something. We'll see, and because I have some choice words for him, and I'm pretty sure he has some choice words for me. So that's going to be it's going to. I don't know if it'll quite approach the level of Godzilla versus King Kong, but it'll be pretty exciting when it finally goes down. It's supposed to go down on YouTube. We might even do a joint type of deal. In other words, he come to my channel, I go to his channel. I'm certainly down for that. As far as Instagram, not quite as adroit with the way that works just yet. I'm looking into that. So if it does go down, it'll happen on YouTube because I'm much more comfortable with that medium.
Right. Definitely.
So yeah, I got wind of this through Mr. Let Go. He did an analysis of this. You can go over to his channel on YouTube. He broke down the Clubhouse fiasco, and Ace Metaphor is one of the people on the panel to discuss it. So if people want to get Mr. Let Go's take on it, I urge them to head on over his channel and check it out and draw your own conclusions. I did approach him for the audio of the Clubhouse. He declined, and I respect that. But luckily, I was able to come across another, copy of the audio that we're going to be reviewing, and so we'll be doing that today. Also, Dr. Umar Johnson has weighed in on the whole thing, and there's some things, of course, I have my views about Dr. Umar Johnson, but he does make a number of legitimate points insofar as the lovely ladies are concerned, and I have quite a bit to say about all that. So we're gonna let her rip.
Right on. I'm pulling up the Clubhouse video right now. It's 9 minutes long. When we get it going, when we get it up, you can stop me at any point while it's playing.
Very good.
You want to interject with some commentary, but let me definitely get my screen share ready to go on that one. Oh, hold on. Let me, before we even get going with that, 384 people in the building, 124 on the likes. Let's get those likes up better than that. We got 384 people in here this bright and early. If you came in this early, you're more than likely rock with me. So definitely hit that like button. Let's get those likes over 200 before we get this thing going.
And while we wait for the brothers to get the likes over 200, because it's at 128 at the moment. So we'll give it a few minutes to get it over 200. There's a brother in the chat room who said, "I told Derrick in Vegas that expensive escorts are cheaper in the long run." He said, "Nah, slept with broke IG models and it burned him." Now, I don't know if he's, tongue in cheek or if he's dead serious, but I will say this. There's a ring of truth in what the brother said. You're paying for their discretion. You might recall when we talked about this last week, Bernard, Heidi Fleiss, the Hollywood madam. Okay. And she also had an extensive operation in Washington, D.C. So you're looking at powerful people, judges, lawyers, lobbyists, senators, congressmen, and the like. And a big rule of that type of enterprise is loose lips sink ships. You're paying for discretion. And see, the reason why I would never get caught up in a situation like Derrick, and we're going to get into this because, like I said, Dr. Umar Johnson talked about this, or he alluded to it, I should say, is far too many black women cannot be discreet. They just can't be discreet, man. You look at social media, Black women are putting everything that they do on social media, what they had to eat, I mean, everything in their personal life, they putting it out there on social media. So the main reason why the old man would never do no crap like that is because black women can't be discreet and put your business all out in the street. And as a businessman, there are certain things that need to be away from the public eye. You understand that, Bernard?
Well, right, of course, and I'm blown away that if that is true that Derrick Jaxn actually said that. I'm blown away if he actually said that. But one thing that does come with the territory when you get to the level that Derrick Jaxn is, if you're going to be doing that, paying for silence, that is a part of the game. And this happened yesterday when I was talking to DJ Kuda yesterday. Mr. Shane Vicious, who's he's right there on the screen with the super chat. Shout out to him. He says Team Jackson Baptist Church is coming soon. I actually agree with you on that one, Mr. Shane Vicious, and we will be covering that one. We will be covering.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, if he start preaching, we will be covering that. But
kind of tickle the plate with that. We call him Pastor Jackson.
Oh yeah. But that whole concept, like Mr. Shane Vicious said yesterday, because Mr. Shane Vicious is, I'm not outing him or nothing, he's a card carrying trick. He said that he pays women to leave. But I'm like, if you're just a regular guy, you don't have those problems where you got to pay women to leave. But somebody like Derrick Jaxn, he's in the same situation as Charlie Sheen, who originated that quote. I don't pay women for the sex, I pay them to leave. And when you have high status like that, yes, you have to pay to get them out of your life and to be quiet and to shut up. Here's your money. Go away.
You know
I'll
what?
call you when I need you again.
There's a lovely lady in the chat room who I knew this was going to happen. And this is going to be, let me just say for the lovely ladies listening right now, today's show is going to be difficult for you. This is going to be a difficult show for you. I suggest that you sit down, breathe deeply, woosah, get you some chamomile tea. This is going to be a very difficult show for you today because we're going to have some very difficult discussions about the lovely ladies in the wake of this Derrick Jaxn piece. And she writes in the chat room, why everything always about color, that's a character flaw. Well, for the lovely lady that wrote that, my response would be, okay, then show me the white Derrick Jaxn scandal that's been covered on just about every news organization on planet Earth over the past week and a half. Show me. You just got finished talking about Charlie Sheen, Bernard. Do you recall any white Tasha K's coming forward with testimony from admitted mistresses of Charlie Sheen spilling the tea?
No.
Okay, then. And Charlie Sheen is a notorious womanizer. I mean, he's notorious. And no white Becky's came outing him. So for those that want to make this argument that this is not about color, but it's about something else, okay, show me the evidence. Shout out to Thomas Sowell. Show me the evidence.
Yeah. Derrick Jaxn definitely put himself in a trick bag with the high and mighty talk. And it's funny because when he's going through the process of, being perp walked through the social media streets, when he speaks on it, he will say something of the sorts of, a lot of people put me up on this pedestal like I could do no wrong. Like, no, Negro, you put yourself on that pedestal.
That's
so,
right.
So
and you know what's funny? You know what's funny about it, Bernie, too? There are those, and to be fair, this isn't just the lovely ladies that said this. This has been, I've heard a few guys attempt to do a mea culpa for Derrick, and that's not a good idea. You don't want to do that because you're basically putting a bullseye on your back. If you're a black man and you try to defend Derrick Jaxn, you're putting a bullseye on your back because you got somebody like me out here, and the old man always gets his man. You don't want to do that. Better for you just to stay quiet. But I've heard a number of people attempt to do that's their personal business. That's between him and his wife. No. Derrick Jaxn hung his whole hat on the argument that he was this reformed select F boy that's made good and is telling the ladies how to avoid select F-boys that are, that haven't been reformed like himself. When in truth, he was faking the funk without the nasty dunk, sitting outside of his mistress' house with the baby seat in the back with the videos. He's the select F-boy that you ladies have been waiting for all along. So no, this doesn't have anything to do with his personal life. This has everything to do with his public perception, throwing good brothers under the bus. He didn't hesitate to do that. He threw decent brothers under the bus, and many of you lovely ladies went along with it because you love scapegoating the non-select guys. No. This is about his F-boyism and how you're addicted to it. So there.
Sagittarian Prince in the building with the super chat. He says DJ should have known better being a social media influencer, especially bashing the brothers just for fame and fortune. Tables do turn now. Look at you. Look at you. All right.
Ha! Remember that record? Ha!
Yeah, make sure you get the likes up. We didn't even hit 200 yet on the likes, but we got 500 people in here. We got 182.
We got to get those 200 likes. Y'all know what it is, man. Come on, fellas. You see the thing there. The engagement is supposed to be at least 50% of whatever the watching now number is. You know how that goes. And this lovely lady comes back because she's very upset. And I understand that she's upset. There, lovely lady. I'm not going to say her name on here. There. She says white men have different approaches to women. They pay like they weigh. They don't look for cheap thrills since we talking color. Well, you want to know something? You're right. I don't disagree with you. That's the reason why I brought up Charlie Sheen. Charlie Sheen didn't have to worry about these cheap thrill Becky's talking. And because he was willing to pay. You get no argument from me. A lot of brothers try to do it on the cheap and look at the result. Look at the result. So on the one side, you got cheap brothers, and on the other side, you got loudmouth sisters. And this is the reason why I don't deal with a lot of you. Now, what do you think about that?
Mm-hmm. All right. So let's go ahead and get into this. That's not what I meant to do. Not there. Nope, not that. There it is. There it is. All right. Let's go ahead and get into this audio of this Clubhouse video. Let's do it like this. Anything else you feel the need to set up before we push play here? But I think people pretty much got the gist of what's going on here. Understand what club? Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead and set it up.
I think it was the day after April Fool's Day. Very fitting. Mr. Jaxn appeared on a Clubhouse show called, or room. They have rooms in there. So he appeared in a room called the cuffing something with cuffing in it. Like cuffing season. They had something with cuffing in it. Cuffing room or whatever. And he was hosted by a lady, and you'll hear her voice in there. And a number of brothers was taking him out to the woodshed. This is very interesting. But what's very interesting about it, it's less than 10 minutes long. He starts out by saying he's only got 1% left on his phone. Exactly.
I forgot about that.
Exactly. He starts out with that BS.
That's a lie.
Exactly. I mean, I'm like, is this guy even capable of just, you know what, man? Isn't it a beautiful blue, sunny blue morning out there? Well, it is kind of purple. I mean, come on, man. Really? Is it possible for this man to get through a whole day? Do you remember there was a movie back in the day called Liar, Liar? Remember that? There was a movie called Liar, Liar. I don't know if anybody saw it.
Yeah. Jim Carrey, yeah.
Can you get just through one day without telling any lies? Just one day. One. I have to say to the lovely ladies, this Derrick Jaxn thing, like I said, today is going to be very difficult for a lot of you ladies. And I have to say that a lot of brothers less than favorable views of many of you, Derrick Jaxn doesn't help. I'll just put it that way. Okay? It doesn't help. Because, wow. Just wow, man.
All right, let's roll it. Let's roll it.
Yeah, all right, one more. I'll do one more, and then I'm gonna go. Two more. It's a crowded room. Everybody wants to hear you talk.
Wait, man, let him ask real quick. Go ahead.
Let me get my one more. All right, bet. One more. I can do one. Derrick, my question to you is: you've historically said that women have low self-esteem when they stay in situations with men who have cheated on them. Do you feel like your wife deserves better? Do you feel like you should step out the way and allow another man to love on her? And that's a great question. And do you feel like she has low self-esteem for staying with you? I definitely don't remember saying she has low, or any woman has low self-esteem from being with a man that has cheated. I think that you have low self-esteem if you be with a man or anybody who is unrepentant in doing that. So if I said that, maybe I don't know if I with context of how many years ago. What I believe is if you're with somebody and they're unrepentant in the way that they're hurting you and breaking you down, you absolutely do have low self-esteem. As far as my wife, she didn't stay with me. She actually left. She filed for divorce. It's actually a matter of public record. I think it's FultonCountyClerk.org. Shows that she left. What she came back to was a man with a completely different mindset.
She wrote about you cheating 10 years ago. She started writing about you cheating 10 years ago.
Sorry about that. Say it one more time. Who is speaking now? Is it the same guy?
I'm sorry. Who's speaking? Who's asking? Who's speaking right now?
It was Blade initially speaking. Yo. Yeah, so we're a little all over the place, so it's more than one question. The first one was: does a woman have low self-esteem if she stays with a man who has cheated? The answer to that was no. I believe a woman has low self-esteem and needs higher self-esteem if she stays with a man who's unrepentant, whether it's cheating, neglecting her, putting her as a last priority, whatever the issue is that's breaking her down. Absolutely the case. As far as my wife goes, she didn't stay with me. She actually left. Now, 10 years ago, whenever we was first, like in college, first off, we met at 19 years old. That was a completely different context from now being married. And I'm not going to speak on things that she did in the context of the relationship because ultimately I made decisions. But there's a lot more different context. And also she did leave. She did what I think is the right thing for any woman to do if she gets hurt that bad. Leave, detach, heal, and evaluate from a heal perspective what you need to see, or what the work has been put in, or if this person has shown consistency. And that's what she did.
Okay. Thank you so much for answering all those questions, brother.
You should step out the way for somebody else to love on her.
This is not what we're doing. This is not what we're doing. This is the Cuffin Lounge, but this is my room tonight. But if you have a problem with that, please, I will move you to the audience, or you can leave quietly. I try not to be disrespectful because this is not my room. I'm a guest here, but so are you. Please respect our guests. If you have a problem with it, you can leave quietly.
Not right there.
Miss Brandy.
Even now, at this late hour, Derrick Jaxn hides behind the skirts of a woman. Even now. We all know exactly what the brother said. He was only asking Derrick to adhere to the very words he has uttered himself. Has he not? Has not Derrick said over the past year alone, the same year that he was ripping and running, okay, among other things, that a man can't love you properly, he needs to get out the way so another man can love on you properly, and thus and so, and this and that, back and forth. This brother's only asking him to adhere to his own words. And here comes, the mama. Come on over here, mama, and help me out. Mama, where's my echo box at? Mama! Come on over here and defend me, mama. Come on over here so I can hide behind your dress, mama. Come on over here so I can get behind your apron strings, mama. Come on and help me, mama. I mean, really. There was a scene, everybody's seen the Black Panther, everybody knows what I'm talking about, the Killmonger scene, you know what I'm talking about. This is your king, ladies? This is your king? Really? Really? What an embarrassment. Continue, please, Bernie.
Sorry. I'm sorry, Derrick.
It's all good.
All right, I appreciate it.
And make sure y'all are following the Cuffing Lounge as well. This is definitely
and Ben and Lexi.
Make sure y'all are following the Cuffing Lounge. Good brother Ben put this together. So shout out to him. Shout out to Miss Brandy as well.
Thank you, Coach Rob. I appreciate that. And Coach Christina.
Cuffing Lounge. My name is Ben. Like we got a dating app. It's called Cuffing. It's on the App Store and Google Play. It's a dating app. It's incredible. Just make sure y'all download that. Show love. Get on there. Swipe. Just get involved. Like it's like Tinder. It's like Bumble. It's just a dating app. It's popping. Just download the app. Get on.
Those blinks, like you need to see her with the.
One of your moderators, the brother Shaka, I can name him because he's a moderator.
Shaka
One of your moderators, Shaka, he says something in the chat room that's very important. He said he, meaning Jaxn, didn't ask her, meaning Mama that we heard on the tape, to intervene, Obsidian. She did it of her own accord like all other dumb asses. You know what? Shaka makes a powerful point. He makes a very, very powerful point. And I want all the lovely ladies out here listening to take heed on this. Because you have created Derrick Jaxn. And what I mean by that is this. When things go down between men, y'all need to stay out of it. See, that's a major problem with a lot of black women. They want to get all up in black men's business. When things go down between black men, y'all need to stay out of it. See, when you look at white women, Hispanic women, Asian women, when their men are sorting something out, they stay out of it. They roll with whatever happens, they roll with whoever's on top. Whoever comes out on top in it, they're going to roll with that. Not black women. Black women want to get all up in the Kool-Aid and try to intervene and all of it. Listen, man, that is a major problem. Y'all need to stay out of it and stay in your place and go and sit down and be quiet. That's what you need to do. And that's one of the big lessons coming out of this. You went to the bat for this man and look at what happened. Shaka makes a damn good point. That woman did indeed do that of her own accord. And a lot of black women get involved in black men's business of their own accord. You need to stay out of grown men's business. That man was asking that man a question, man to man, and they should have handled it man to man. Whatever happens, boys will be boys. If they got to holler and scream and hoot and holler and hoot nanny, that's on them. Y'all need to stay out of it. That's the problem now in black America. Black women always want to get up in black men's business. Stay out of black men's business. And sit down and be quiet. Okay, continue.
All right. When I was pausing it, I accidentally clicked. So we're not even going to be right where we left off, but hopefully we pick back up. Hopefully I get it close to the right spot because I actually didn't accidentally move the needle or something. So hopefully we get it right. Here we go.
Miss Brandy.
I'm sorry, Derrick.
It's all good.
All right, I appreciate
And make sure
brother.
you should step out the way for somebody else to love on us.
He's trying to
This is not what we're doing. This is not what we're doing. This is the Cuffing Lounge, but this is my room tonight. But if you have a problem with that, please, I will move you to the audience or you can leave quietly. I try not to be disrespectful because this is not.
Stop the tape. You want to know something, man? This is something else. Now, I'm no expert on Clubhouse, so I don't know this for certain. But see, what should have happened is that Derrick Jaxn should have been on a Clubhouse room or forum, whatever they call it, that was owned and operated by a black man. See, this is the reason why Derrick Jaxn don't want no smoke from the black manosphere, because this here is run by black men. It's hosted by black men. It's funded by black men. It's created by black men. It's administered by black men, and it's managed by black men. You ain't gonna get no black women coming in here trying to intervene. Okay? And that is the fundamental problem here. That should have been held on a black man's clubhouse. Period.
We know he wasn't going to do that, and if he did it, it would be the clubhouse of a black man who's already got his heels dug into the female side of the aisle. Who's a part of the gynocracy. Shout out to Edward Anderson right there. Says gynocracy watch. Yeah, it'll be one of those guys, and they'll just protect him the same way. So it really wouldn't matter. And like, well, look, you've You've been banging that drum for a while to just see Derrick Jaxn in an exchange with a black man who just thinks similar to us. And the one time he almost got it right here. He almost got it. Here comes the woman with the Wonder Woman cape on.
Exactly. And you know, before we continue with the tape, this is something that the black manosphere needs to be proud of, and that's this. And just hear me out for a minute. There is a boys will be boys flavor to the black manosphere. No doubt about it. I call it boys will be boys. We're gonna roll around in the dirt and tussle and all the rest of it. That's what men do. That's what boys do. Now I know to a lot of women that sounds kind of primitive or whatever or crazy, but that's how we do. That's how we work things out. And that's one of the defining features of the black manosphere that I say is a good thing.
Yeah.
Brothers hash things out however they hash it out, and the sisters need to stay on the sideline and roll with whatever we come up with. That's what black women need to do. They need to stay on the sideline and roll with whatever solution we come up with. They need to fall in line behind that. Whatever we come up with. Okay?
Daryl L. II in the building with a super chat. He says, my ex did that to me, but it was with 2 young Mexicans. And they had a group. It was just her there. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. Oh, shoot, I almost missed. Where is she? Melody in the building with the super chat. And she reminds everybody, as she always does, to like the stream. Thank you, Melody, for the super chat. And yeah, definitely need to like the stream. Definitely make sure that y'all go ahead and do that. J.M. Pedersen, 32, in the building. He said that woman showed why Derrick Jaxn will always make money regardless of how he lives. Interesting point. I tend to
and we're gonna get to that.
Agree.
Dr. Umar has some choice. Well, I mean, again, I have my views of Dr. Umar, but I got you got to give credit where credit's due. He did make a damn good point along that line that the brother JMP just got finished saying. We're gonna get to that in a little bit, but yeah, he made a good point. Continue, please.
Shadow Skillmonger in the building. He says the only reason they are defending is because of his appearance. If it was a fat, ugly dude, they would have sacrificed him like a lamb. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Also, before we get back into it, I know there was more. He came back through with another one. He said that woman showed why Derrick Jaxn will always make money. I already read that one. There was another one. I'm trying not to be missing super chats today. I'm going to slow it down, take my time, make sure I get everybody who super chats. We'll put your name in lights, put it on the Jumbotron, the Summer Jam screen, and make sure I read it out. So thank you for everybody who supports the show with the super chats. Appreciate you. And let's get back to it.
My room, I'm a guest here, but so are you. Please respect our guests. If you have a problem with it, you can leave quietly.
Miss Brandy.
I'm sorry, Derrick.
It's all good.
All right, I appreciate it.
And make sure y'all are following the Cuffin' Lounge as well. This is different.
Yes, and Ben and Lexi.
Make sure y'all are following the Cuffin' Lounge. Good brother Ben put this together. So shout out to him. Shout out to Miss Brandy as well.
Thank you, Coach Rob. I appreciate that. And Coach Christina.
The Cuffin' Lounge. This is my understanding. Like we got a dating app. It's called Cuffin'. It's on the App Store and Google Play. It's a dating app. It's incredible. Just make sure y'all download that. Show love. Get on there, swipe. Just get involved. Like it's like Tinder. It's like Bumble. It's just a dating app. It's popping. Just download the app. Get involved. Swipe. Make sure you follow.
Separate the man from the action, and also to implore that people let married folks handle their married business at home, even if he made a misstep or whatever. To kind of take a dip, like basically I've grown up like in real time in front of people. When I first started this, I was in my early 20s. I'm now in my early 30s, and it's just a matter of growth. So as far as reestablishing anything, man, I don't even approach stuff about reestablishing this. I think once you do that, it becomes more about the bottom line and the paycheck. From day one, this has been about purpose. I genuinely feel like, and I know this for a fact, that I've been put here to encourage healing and healthy relationships. Even with my own struggles, even being a work in progress, even being a total F up at times. So I don't think necessarily about reestablishing this or that with the black man or the woman, the integrity. what I trust is that so long as I'm authentically walking in my purpose, even with my personal issue, I've had to overcome, that the rest is going to work itself out. That's how I came into the game. That's how I've been walking, even with not doing it perfect. That's what separated me from so many people who have tried to do the exact same thing. They make it about the bottom line. I've kept it about purpose. And I'm not saying I'm better. I'm just saying that formula has worked, and I'm going to keep going with that. So hopefully it does reestablish the integrity. I don't take it.
Now, here's the problem I have with that. And this brings up something that needs to be addressed, and only black men can address it. Black women cannot address it. As a matter of fact, if I had my druthers, black women would not have anything to do with it. And that's this. There is a schism between older black men and younger black men. Let me explain what I mean by that. So you have Derrick Jaxn out here in his 20s. He's now in his early 30s. Out here giving advice and counsel to black women on serious matters. I mean, relationships are serious matters. With no experience, no training, nothing. Okay? And I have noticed Derrick Jaxn have a serious problem with older black men. We all know where that emanates from. He's got severe daddy issues arising from his personal life and all the rest of it. And one of the problems that arise out of all of this is that the breakdown of the black family, that sounds so cliche, but it's so true. The breakdown of the black family, and by extension, the black community, is so profound that it has created a Derrick Jaxn. Okay? It's so profound that it has created him in a very real sense. Okay? Black women have their own role to play in it, no doubt, but I'm focusing on the black male end of it. One of the big lessons for us to learn from this is this. There is a reason why there is a hierarchy. I know that's something that a lot of black men do not like, but it's true. Part of the status and competence hierarchy is predicated on age. Yes, there are notable exceptions to every rule. That's true. But generally speaking, there's a reason why competence and status is strongly correlated with older age in men. Find me the CEO of a Fortune 500 company that's 31-year-old like Derrick. Find me the major general or admiral of a United States military organization that's 31 years old like Derrick. Find me the winning championship team coach, head coach that's 31 like Derrick. In other words, you get where I'm going with this here. Men that have a degree of gravitas is because of their longevity, experience, and demonstrated competence in the field. Question: what competence in the field has Derrick demonstrated?
He has a PhD in word salad.
And see, this is a real problem in Black America. Again, I'm bringing it back to the breakdown in the black family. What is the role of a father in the black family? I'll tell you what the role is: to establish and maintain and enforce order. That is the role of the father in the family. To establish, maintain, and enforce order. That is his role. Not to make you feel good, not to help your self-esteem. Those things are nice. Those things are nice pluses, but that is not the purpose. The purpose of the father in the black family is to establish, maintain, and enforce order. And what has happened in Black America is the complete and utter breakdown of order. And there's a word for that. It's called anarchy. And that is what we're seeing in real time here. Now, people can have their critiques of, say, Steve Harvey. There's room for that. He has admitted that he cheated on at least one of his wives. That's a statement of public fact. It's not slanderous to say that because Steve Harvey admitted it. You can say, you know what, Steve Harvey's not qualified to do this, do that, fine. But this is what I would say for Steve Harvey. The man has experience in knowing what it's like to be a dad to children, knowing what it was like to be a husband. You can debate whether he's a good husband or not. And yes, I'm going to bring it back to Kevin Samuels. Yes, I am. Because the same black women that was frothing at the mouth and slobbering all over Derrick Jaxn had such a huge problem with Kevin Samuels. Well, you've been married and divorced twice. You 50-some years old. Yeah. Yeah. This situation right here, and what you just heard from Jaxn right here, this is indicative of the extent to which the rot of the breakdown of order in the black society has taken root. And in order for us to right the ship, older black men who have demonstrated competence in fields. Now, let me be clear about this. I didn't say perfect. I said demonstrated competence must reassert the way of things. And this is the reason why I invoked Dr. Jordan Peterson in hierarchies. There is a reason why they exist throughout everything on planet Earth. Even trees. Okay? All right, let's continue.
All right. J.M. Pedersen 32 back in the building with another super chat. He says his brother still trying to separate himself from others by saying he does things a better way. Caught that one as well. Shout out to you. Thank you for the super chats. Yeah, see, I have the Patreons scrolling down at the bottom. A lot of the time, most of the time when we do these live streams, I take them down and put them on my Patreon page. So it would behoove you to check out the Patreon page, consider becoming a Patreon. And here we go.
Likely that I let people down. Hopefully the brothers, I think for the brothers that, and it's not totally shot, I've gotten a lot of support from brothers since all of this went down. But I do think there's a much better way to reach brothers with my message, and hopefully that'll reflect in me just authentically walking in my purpose. Can I ask a question?
Stop.
Yeah, I had something to say on that one too.
Yeah,
because that's another level of his lying. He's trying to bring brothers into this. I've got a lot of support from brothers on this, and I'm like, he's going to do that again. He's going to try to make it seem like he's helping black men, as if his message is for black men in any way, shape, or form, when he knows good and well it was to basically take a crap on black men and try to feed the delusions of black women. So right there out the gate, it's like it's going from, like when you said, what is he proven, what has he done in his life, and I slipped in there, yes, he has a PhD in word salad. I was wondering how he was going to try to rebrand and refocus his message and how he was going to try to save it, or was he just going to get back in his car and just start saying the same thing over and over again like he's been doing, and would that work? But right here, what we're seeing is potentially the next thing that he's going to try to do, but it's going to fail because his credibility with men has been it's in the trash. It's no way men are going to actually listen to what he's saying, hear what he's saying, any type of advice, because I've been there and I've done that. I've done that too. I've made those mistakes. No. Nobody, no man is trying to hear nothing that he has to say, but to even try to create the illusion. He's going to do that again in this audio as well. He's going to try to create the illusion that what he does and what he talks about is equally beneficial for men as well. But you can go ahead and jump in on that way. Before you jump in and give your commentary on that, we got a few more people coming in here on the super chat end. We got Nuruddin in the building with super chat. He says, so Derrick Jaxn is still trying to retrieve his crown after it was knocked off. This is why I love his hypocrisy. It's like BFF, that's black female effery. You can't make this up. Azrael Today Walker says, I'm 26 years old. I can't fathom giving dating advice to women my mother's age. Yet, and Derrick Jaxn did start at the age of about 25, 26 doing this. So, yeah, maybe even a little younger, giving dating advice to 40-year-old women, telling them they're the most lit out there on the dating market. That was an exact quote. That's an exact quote, by the way.
Right.
Over 40. Yeah.
And backed up by my personal eyewitness testimony. We all know what happened in the spring of 2019. I talked about it numerous times. I've seen real time. I've seen women on walkers going to see this guy. Every bit of 60, if not 70s. Okay, and the whole thing has been subverted, man. Women aren't. This is going to sound bad for the lovely ladies listening right now. You might sit down. What I'm about to say is going to be bad, but I'm going to say it. Women are not able to establish, assert, maintain, and enforce order. They're not. They are not designed for that. Okay? They are not designed to do that. Only men are designed to do that. That sounds harsh, but it's true. You let women run things, it's going to be the Arkham Asylum.
Well, I've always described the black community, and to a lesser extent, after the feminist movement, free love movement, and all of that, I've always described that as basically that's when we start letting the inmates run the asylum, so to speak. So yeah, you're definitely on point with that one.
Yeah, I mean, you just can't have these crazy ideas and all this stuff. So this is what happens when you allow this stuff. Now let me go back to this nonsense that Derrick Jaxn is saying about many brothers support his message. 5 men in attendance 2 years ago. 5 out of 1,000 black women. 5. Number one. Number two, right there on the very tape. You're going to hear more brothers going after Derrick on this very tape. That directly contradicts his argument that many brothers support his message. If you believe that black men support Derrick Jaxn's message today, April 6, 2021, then damn it, I'm the Queen of England.
John H., thank you for the super chat. He says, do you think Jaxn will join the ranks at John Gray's new church in Atlanta? Before I'm sorry, go ahead.
He doesn't have much choice because, now don't quote me on this, but I've heard that an attempted deal with the Reverend T.D. Jakes has fallen through. So anything is possible. I mean, after all, Jamal Bryant is at Eddie Long's church, and we all know what happened with that.
Right? Get out of there. Get out of there. It's interesting bringing up John Gray. A lot of people probably don't remember that him and Derrick Jaxn did have a little back and forth after John Gray talked about the man that he used to be and how his wife helped birth him into the man that he is now. And Derrick Jaxn criticized that and says women are not rehabilitation centers for broken men. But now look at him. Yeah. And John Gray actually responded on Twitter to the Derrick Jaxn thing. John Gray was humble and peaceful about it, but you could tell it was a read between the lines jab at gotcha. But he was respectful. He didn't take serious jabs at him. But Justin March in the building with the super sticker. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I think I saw Nuruddin back in here with a super sticker. It says the Book of Obsidian has knocked off the crown. Good one.
That's a good one. Yeah. There's a sister here named, well, I'm not going to put a name. There's a lovely lady here who says, by Obsidian's logic of women following men, should we follow Jaxn? Shake my head. Now, madam, surely you jest. Come on. I mean, you really believe that? You really think I believe that? Really. After what I just got finished saying is, this is what I'm talking about. A lot of black women don't listen. You know, this idea that men don't listen and women are more empathetic and they listen and all the rest. Well, now I just got finished saying what I just said just a few minutes ago. You want to ask me a question like that? Are you serious? This is what I'm talking about. You don't listen, Mookie. You don't listen. You know what I'm talking about here? This is the reason why the ladies need to go sit down somewhere and be quiet. Just sit down and be quiet. We'll summon you when we get everything straightened out. Okay? All right, so let's continue.
Randy, may I ask him one more question? Hey, Derrick, I would like to bring you on the show. I reached out to you in your DM so we can further this conversation, just to respect the room and the moderators.
For sure, I'll check that out. What's your name?
Jeff Brown, man, host of the Jeff Brown Show, iHeartRadio Top 60, brother. You should look at your DM. I just sent you the DM.
Bet.
What's your over-under on whether or not Derrick Jaxn will actually show up on the Brothers Show?
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? And this again underscores undercuts the notion that black men support. Real, where? What black male owned and operated media entities have Derrick Jaxn come to and has actually taken Q&A, hint, from the audience, the black male audience? Where? I've been researching the guy for 5 years straight. I ain't seen it. Show me. I just ran across the interview from 5 years ago, 2016, and guess who he did it with? Yeah, that's right, a black woman. 5 years ago. 5 years ago. People online talking about they want to see a Kevin Samuels, Derrick Jaxn versus. You think he's going to do that?
Nah. Not a chance.
Come on.
Not a chance. All right, back to the tape.
I got time for one more question on it.
All right, Mr. Let Go, are you still here?
Yes, sir. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
All right. I have two quick questions. The first question.
Mr. Let Go, we one question, brother. We one question. We're trying to be fair.
Okay.
One question, let's go. One question.
All right. The question I want to ask you is because I know you're gonna do whatever you do. But if it was more advantageous to just simply ride off in the sunset with whatever you made and just go away, don't do any videos, and just sell your card games, sell your books, but leave the black women alone. If that was more advantageous to the black community, would you do it?
Sure. Whatever was most advantageous, I think is what you said. I would probably do it. The proof is in the pudding, though. Because of my work throughout the years, so many women have had the strength to leave either toxic situations, to go on to something better, learn to love themselves, be encouraged, and so many brothers who didn't have that big brother, that uncle, that dad to kind of give them the guidance from a tough love perspective. They've gotten that from my content.
I had to stop it right there. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'll say this. The one good thing about Derrick Jaxn's content, I will say this, that there are some women who are in some stupid relationship or whatever ships with men that they probably need not be with. And I could see how it's possible that they could probably listen to a Derrick Jaxn video and say, yeah, I'm being stupid. I need to leave this dude. Now, he does do things to probably break up what could be some good relationships. But we've covered that. We talked about that. I'm not going to get into that right now. But he says some things that the way I always describe it. He gives them information that's going to lead to them being by themselves, so he can then turn around and sell them self-love. That's his gimmick. That's his shtick. That's what he does. Yeah. But so that part of it, setting that part aside, I'll reach across the aisle and say that's the one thing that a woman can probably benefit from listening to a Derrick Jaxn video. If she's just being completely stupid with some stupid dude that she need not be in some whatever ship situation with. Okay. The BS came in where he said, there are brothers who listen to my content who may be missing a father, a uncle, or big brother. Hope I'm quoting him as close to right as possible. A father, uncle, or big brother to give them some guidance or some tough love or some this or some that. Like, why I got to pick your brain on this one.
Oh yeah.
Why do you what do you think he's doing there? Why? Because anybody can know that is outright BS. It's almost, who you gonna believe, me or your lying eyes? Like
Exactly.
he's pulling that right in front of, like. So do you think that he's going to try to take his content in a different direction and start trying to smuggle in conversations to men? I just go ahead and analyze that one, because that's
again,
just, go ahead.
Again, if Derrick Jaxn's argument is that black men have found his message useful, and that young black men in particular has found his uplifting, hard love and tough love and all this sort of thing useful, then we can put it to the acid test. Let's see if he will go on to black male media owned and operated and administrated and supported mediums where we can hear all these adoring black male fans. You know, the way Kevin Samuels got it, and the way you got it, and the way I got it, and the way O'Shea's got it. We can put it to the test. I defy Derrick Jaxn to do it. I challenge him to do it. Let him come forward and put it to the acid test. No apron strings. No skirts to hide behind. No school marms to bail him out. Man on man. Mano a mano. Let's find out. Let's put it to the test. No women present. And we see. Let's get Dr. Tiasan Johnson to step into the ring with him. He works with black men. Let's put it to the test. We have our own media now, brothers. We can put this we can put this whole thing to bed today. And we'll find out. We'll see just how much support he got from the brothers. We'll find out. Or will he get aired out like an AR-15? That's what I say. What about you, Bernard?
He's not going to do it. He will get aired out. He will suffer an embarrassing defeat, and he knows that. That's the reason he won't do it, because he knows everything that he's saying is some BS. So no, he ain't going to do it. But you do raise a really good point. You do raise a really good point that if he's trying to sell this idea that he has a black male support and black men, you know, find value in his content, then yes, he should be able to be in spaces amongst men. He should be able to. The mere fact that he can't do that, he won't do that. Or you made a Kevin Samuels reference, how yes, a lot of the, as you call them, well, you got it from Dennis Sperlin, the lovely ladies of the community. Yes, they're very highly populated at Kevin Samuels' show. No doubt about that. No ifs, ands, or buts about that. But the men are there too. The men are there supporting it. The men are there super chatting. The men, like Kevin Samuels' message does appeal to men, and we can literally see it when we scroll down Derrick Jaxn's comment section. It's probably 100 female comments per every one male comment that's pretty much saying, yeah, I do exactly what Derrick Jaxn said. I'm like that too, y'all. Look at me. Basically, we get a male pick me over there every now and then, just saying, hey, look at me, ladies. I agree with Derrick. That's about the extent of his male support. So nah.
Yeah. Nah, I mean, you know, we could put it to the acid test. We could test it immediately. That is the beauty of the black mass. Because see, unlike, you know, there are other brothers that work in media, and I'm not here to disparage anybody, so I'm not going to mention any specific names, but the great thing we can say about the black manosphere is that it is by us, for us.
Yes.
We can say that. Mm-hmm. From Kevin Samuels on down, we can say that. So I invite Derrick Jaxn to put it to the ultimate acid test. You say black men support you. All right, let's put it to the test. You know how to find us. You know exactly how to find us, Derrick. Put it on the wood. Let's put it to the test. You know exactly how to find any of us because you know who we are. We'll keep the light on for you.
All right. Back to the tape. Shout out to Nuruddin with another super chat. Appreciate you. Says the crown has fallen and it can't get up. Shout out to Nuruddin. Appreciate you. Okay, here we go. Make sure y'all hit that like button. If you're new to the channel, make sure you subscribe to the channel. It's 795 people in here, which means we probably got some new people in here. So make sure you subscribe to the channel. And moderators, drop the link to Obsidian's channel in the chat as well. Assuming we got new people here who probably would like to go sub to Obsidian. So make sure y'all dropping the link to Obsidian's channel. Thank you very much for that. And let's roll the not so beautiful bean footage.
Thousands and thousands. If you look at, now I'm on book number 10. You can look at the proof and put it on Amazon, iBooks, or anything on what my work has produced. A lot of the conversation can be kind of distracting. But I would never get misled by some of the negative publicity or people that's pissed or even people that's just genuinely just disappointed in thinking that my voice doesn't have a place anymore in the conversation around relationships, whether for the Black community or otherwise. So, yeah, if it was advantageous, I would do a lot of things. But I know that I belong right here. This absolutely changes and shifts things for the immediate, but it doesn't nullify my message of anything. It will mature it so that now I can come with the grace I couldn't come with before. Now I can speak from a place and not of being an expert or guru, but I can speak from more of being a witness, which I think more people can relate to. Now when I speak to brothers, they know, and it'll come off a little bit better, that I'm not speaking from some high horse. I'm better than you. I'm the end-all, be-all gold standard. I'm coming from a place of somebody who has fallen, who has done the wrong thing and believed in something different and had to overcome that. So if anything, I think this improves the impact that I can have, and it will be more advantageous if I just let my work reflect my true life experiences, not what will help my bottom line in selling books and card games.
Stop right there.
Conversation, bro.
Well said, Derrick.
Now, see, the problem was, and you can go to his website. He might have scrubbed it, but you can go to his website and see this for yourself. He started off talking about his life experiences way back when, but now he's talking about a different set of life experiences. So my question becomes, okay, so which life experiences are you talking about today? Is it yesterday's life experiences, today's life experiences, the life experiences of the multiverse, Derrick Jaxn? I mean, which one is it? Because they're all life experiences. And see, this is another problem that I have with this inverted social order in the the absence of order in the Black community, because anybody can say anything at any time, and it's considered legitimate. Meanwhile, Black folks who have dedicated themselves to a regimented course of style, I'll just go ahead and say it, white, are considered illegitimate, as in trying to be white. Look it up, Roland Fryer, Harvard University. He's done extensive study into this. Black America is so incredibly effed up. We're just going to have to, I was going to say burn it to the ground, but I don't want to say that. We got to go back to the drawing board. We just got to go back to the drawing board, start over, man. We got to go back to the drawing board, just start over. This whole situation with Jaxn has proven that the entire social order is we just got to start over. That's where we at with it. That's the great recalibration. We got to start over. And we're not finished with this yet, ladies, because we got some more for you with Dr. Umar. So y'all stay right where you are. Please continue.
All right, but before we do that, shout out to the Logic Sphere in the building. Shout out to Touch City. He says, I told ya he got a testimony you now. Hashtag redemption story. Hashtag uncanceled. He's been delivered. I think he's going to go that route. I think that Ty City is getting at something that I did want to talk about, because I jokingly, but kind of in a serious way, said that I actually believe that he should go the route of, okay, you've made your money in this whole relationship talking word salad business. You've made your money in it. You sold all your mentally stimulate me card games. You actually met up with some of the women and did some physically stimulate me card game stuff. You've done it. You made all the videos.
He was also stimulating himself.
Oh yeah, that part too. I neglected.
There's a lot of stimulation there, stimulating here, there, and everywhere.
I neglected to talk about that when we the mistress that said that he.
So who knew that the jawline Negro was jacking off? Who knew?
Okay, now you said it. So yeah, there. Okay, so yeah, he alleged. Well, per the story of the third mistress,
now that's some real self-love right there.
Yeah, he self-loved himself in the truck with the baby seat in the back. Self-loved himself in the truck and then sent her pictures while she was performing surgery, pictures or video while she was performing surgery. So yeah, I that when we was covering the third mistress, yeah, I was like, I'm not going. I didn't even want to talk about that part. I just wasn't even ready to even. But
that brings new meaning to the term stimulus package. Huh?
Yeah, that's some self-love. All right, that's some self-love, I guess. But yeah, I was thinking that he's made his money in the self-love business. If he could quit, walk away with his millions, and I said just open up some Team Jaxn fitness centers, get out of the public eye, and just use your money and a little bit of your name and brand to bring in revenue from something else, from somewhere else, where you don't have to put up this public messiah facade thing. You know, you could just have your fitness centers and yeah, like there's other ways for him to make money. Given his name,
he could open up a string of self-love centers.
So I thought he was going to go away, but he's answered one of my questions. One of my biggest questions is he going to go away? And I think he's planted his flag that he's not going to go quietly into the night. Now, rather or not,
that's good for us.
Yeah, no, that's true as well. But rather or not the market stands strong and sticks with them, and rather not the lovely ladies continue to support his content and buy his books and his mentally and physically stimulate me card games and picture books and and videos or whatever. Rather or not they still do that. Yeah, that was a question that was on the table. We'll see. That's yet to be determined. But I kind of thought that it was a possibility that he would just pivot, go quietly into the night, but he's not. He's made it very clear that he has a voice in this whole relationship thing, and he's going to stick with it. He's going to go all the way. He's going to ride it till the wheels fall off. And I was like, pivot into doing fitness centers or preaching. But no, he's saying he's staying in this relationship. Yeah, or touching. Yeah.
Touching yourself.
Yeah. But no, he's standing in it. He's standing in it. So that does answer one of my big questions. Rather not, he was motivated to stand in it no matter what. Plant his flag. He ain't leaving the relationship game. But so there we go. And yeah, Evie, now shout out to her. She dropped Obsidian's link in the chat. If you're not subscribed to Obsidian, make sure you go subscribe to him and check him out. All right. All right, let's get rolling. Let's get rolling on this thing. We almost to the tail end of it. Oh shit! I messed up. Edit that out if you clip this. I kind of messed up right there.
And I'm not speaking from some high horse. I'm better than you. I'm the end all be all gold standard. I'm coming from a place of somebody who has fallen, who has done the wrong thing and believed in something different and had to overcome that. So if anything, I think this improves the impact that I can have, and it would be more advantageous if I just let my work reflect my true life experiences, not what will help my bottom line in selling books and card games.
Can we have a conversation, bro? Like,
well said, Derrick. Well said.
For sure, man. I hate you. I know.
You heard that?
There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Where's my echo box at? Come on in over here, mama. Don't what I'm saying sound good to you, mama? All that BS that I'm talking about, mama. Hey, mama, listen to all the word salad that I put right there, mama. Don't that sound good, mama? Mama.
Well said, Derrick. Hercules.
Yeah, exactly. Here he comes, patting him on the head. And that well said, Derrick. There, Derrick. Yeah, isn't that a good Derrick?
That's a good boy. That's a good boy. Yes, you are. It's like she sound like. All right.
Don't that sound good, Mama?
That's a good boy, Derrick.
I mean, Jesus, man. I mean, the brother is trying to have a conversation with him. See, look, black women got to stop doing this, man. Seriously. Black women got to stop always getting in the middle of something, man. Stay out of grown men's business. I mean it. Stop it. Okay, let's continue.
Shout out to the Mac the Trucker says that Derrick Jaxn, self-love, missionary Baptist. Oh, I see what you did there. Missionary Baptist Church. Almost missed that. See
yeah, the one-handed chapel there.
Oh boy.
Church of the Kung Fu Grip.
Oh yeah. Shout out to Zero. that holy grip he had on her hand.
Yeah.
With blood vessels popping out and everything. Oh man. I know her hand felt like mashed potatoes when it was.
Really, man. I mean, he's up there. The brother's trying to have a conversation with him. He's asking them clarifying questions that he ought to be able to answer. Yo, man, I'm trying to be reasonable about this. I can't respect the man that has to have women around to go to bat for him on things that he did himself. I mean, was this one woman around holding it for him when he did his deeds?
Good job, Derrick. Good job. She was
really.
She was hype manning him up when he was all right. I'm okay. Yeah. Kill Deuce in the building with the super chat. I appreciate that. He says, when Obsidian say "Mama," he sound like Samuel Jackson. He says Samuel in the Jungle Fever. I smoke the TV, Mama.
That's right, Mama. Yeah. I choked the chicken, Mama. Good job, Derrick. You know, I mean, come on, man. Really, this is some like Norman Bates type stuff now. I mean, come on.
Silent Lamont in the building says DJ was cleaning the steeple. Shout out to Silent Lamont. Appreciate you. And we got Xander with a Z in the building. Says DJ will come out with a board game called Second Chances. Each player will get 3 game pieces. If you lose, you gotta wear a bonnet.
That ain't right, man. Because the wife, I have to admit though, when I saw her with that, I thought it was a beret, and the first image that came to my mind was Patty Hearst. For those of you, just look her up. I was thinking Stockholm Syndrome all day. I read somebody, after he went and did this crazy video, I heard it was like one sister was like, blink 3 times if you can hear us. So yeah, I thought it was like a hostage situation, and I was thinking Patty Hearst. So
yeah, I tried yesterday. I couldn't find it, but there is a video. It was one of his videos when he was talking about wives or girlfriends or whatever. I forgot. See, if I could remember the exact subject of the video, I could find it. But they were talking about sex and doing special things or something for your man or whatever. And he was, in full catered simp mode, was saying, and even sometimes on special occasions, I can have sex without the bonnet or something like that. Like he said that, and it just gives a completely different context,
man, doesn't it?
Yeah, so I want to
look at the women that he's known to get busy with, and they ain't got no bonnet.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. I don't know if you've
Ain't got
ever.
no bonnet, no beret, no raspberry beret, none of that.
There was a
no green beret, none of that.
There was a lovely lady that I used to frequent. After so long, after 6 months of like a casual sexual relationship, maybe but I'll say about 6 months, she got comfortable because she would spend a night at my house, maybe once a week, sometimes twice a week. But she got comfortable over time, as they do quite often, and so she had a bonnet on, and we was about to get started, and she thought the bonnet was going to stay on, and I was like, "What the hell are you doing?"
Yeah.
And sometime around that time is when I saw that video of Derrick Jaxn says, on special occasions, maybe sometimes y'all can have sex without the bonnet on, and that's why it stuck in my head, and I'm so mad I can't find that video right now during Bonnet Gate. So if I could just find it, oh man, it would.
Oh, believe me, somebody will find it. Somebody, we got to put out a high priority tasker. We need the tape of Derrick Jaxn talking about sex in the bonnet.
Yeah, it would, man. Shout out to.
How can you even get while we on that point? How can you even get aroused with a sister with a bonnet on? I don't even understand that.
I mean,
that isn't the very personification of frumpy. Then frumpy has no meaning.
I mean, you make a good point. How could you get aroused when she got a bonnet on? I mean, I was at about 85%. I mean, I was enough to start, but not at enough to finish. I could start. I was able to start at least, but I'm not finished with the damn bonnet on. But yeah, I was at about 85%. But O'Shea Dukes Jackson in the building says, "Make it rain for Bernard." Shout out to O'Shea Dukes Jackson.
What's going on, brother? Yeah, I mean, really, I mean, for me, I just can't. I have images of Granny in a house coat and in house shoes. Them furry house shoes.
Yeah.
I can't.
Yeah.
Can't do it.
Yeah, she tried to pull the bonnet thing.
So how brothers can go forth and get her done with these sisters in a bonnet? That just goes to show that black men, can and will bang anything.
Yeah, she tried. I mean, but True Alpha MD in the building. He says these women put penis first and at the top before everything. They will forgive Jackson. Primitive.
Yeah.
Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate
Black
that.
women are primitive. I have a chapter in my book, the Book of Obsidian. I have a chapter in it, and it really does talk about all this. And a lot of black women are atavistic. Atavistic meaning primitive. A lot of black women are atavistic as AF. I put it that way. And I have a book. I have a chapter in my book called "The Atavism and Hypocrisy of Black Women's Mating Choices," chapter 8 in the Book of Obsidian. And a lot of black women are primitive. And my thinking is, you can't be mad when you get a Tarzan dude and then you don't get all the 21st. See, a lot of black women want a Tarzan Negro. They want to find Tarzan Negro that they can boss around and then still get 21st century bennies from. Now, it's really jacked up. Black women's psychology is just really effed up. It really is.
Yeah. JM Pedersen 32 in the building says, "Wow, interesting perspective about Patty Hearst. Interesting about Patty Hearst is she did become a wealthy author after that ordeal."
Mrs. Derrick Jaxn's got a hell of a book in her about this. Oh, no doubt about it. No question about it. She's got a book in her for about this. This is going to be a bestseller.
Yeah, you've read "Don't Forget Your Crown." Now you're going to read "Don't Forget Your Bonnet." All right.
Even I didn't see that one coming. Yeah, don't forget your bonnet. Yeah.
All right, let's get to the end of this tape. All right.
How to find you. That's it for me.
If y'all want to have a conversation with Derrick offline, y'all can go ahead and give it up to just hit his DM. But Derrick is here for the conversation, for the room.
I'm actually getting ready to peek out, man. So thank you guys. I think it was Miss Brandy that initially invited me in. I think it was.
Yeah.
Thank you, Miss Brandy. Really appreciate it. You reaching out. Like I said in the beginning, I'm doing a lot of just focusing on making sure my wife was good, and we're just spending time and all of that. So this is a rarity for me, but you guys have been super respectful, and I appreciate the conversation.
And cut. That's it.
Yeah,
that is the tape.
That's right. That the whole less than 10 minutes. There's one thing about Derrick Jaxn. Give him credit for. He does tend to be short and sweet with those videos. So there it is, and Edward Anderson is a moderator in your show, and he says this Negro is still cheating, yo. LMAO. I believe that.
Yeah.
I believe that as we speak, he's got yet another chippy somewhere that he's dusting off, and then comes back and does his. I mean, you talk about a split personality individual. Damn.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, this guy's got a true split personality. He just got two different Derrick Jaxns in him, or he might have about 15 of them in him, or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, okay, the evidence of that is the lack of self-awareness. Like, okay, there's a such thing as some people, you're doing something wrong, but while you're doing it, and that's that. But you probably feel bad about it. I think a lot of people, when they do something wrong, they may feel bad about it. And what I'm getting at here is the mere fact that two of the mistresses, we know that videos was being recorded while he was cheating. And I don't mean just around the same time or in close proximity. I mean, one of them literally said while he's recording a video, she's walking behind him, like she's walking around in the house in the thong. She's walking around half naked while he's recording the video.
That's right.
So he's probably recording the video about how to deal with a cheating man while he got a woman walking around in a thong behind him somewhere while he's cheating like that. So that's what I mean by to speak to what you said about the multiple dual personality thing. It's like, I don't even know how you compartmentalize it that hard. It's like even if I was going there and doing that, I couldn't do them both in the same place. It's like almost like if I'm going to go do that, I got to shut everything else off, go do that, wipe off, and then go back somewhere else to my normal life and record the video. I can't.
But now that we know, now we know the whole situation with Jaxn. There were videos he would do. It looks like he was in the parking lot of Walmart. Now, was he really going to Walmart to get some supplies, or was he going there to pleasure himself?
Oh, come on, man. I don't know where you're going with that. Well, where you going with that one? No,
because the reports were that he was relieving himself in the parking lot there.
Well, that was because he was going to see the mistress, and he was outside. He used to go see her at her job. I'm assuming surgeons work long hours, so he would go see her at her job, and so he would just send her a little footage to hold her over while in between surgeries. I guess I don't know, but
we didn't have anybody to do that with. Yeah, we wanted to play a little bit of a pocket ball here. The Jawline Negro edition.
Oh man.
You can't make this stuff up. I mean, you just cannot make it up, man.
Oh man. Oh man. Yeah, Edward Anderson in the chat saying he wants to hear the Umar.
Oh yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
So yeah,
I'll wait in on this.
We're going to get into the Umar. Before we get into the Umar, you got any final analysis on this whole thing with the video. Like I had a few takeaways. One, he's saying he's in it for the long haul. He's not gonna step down as being the black love, self-love relationship guru dude.
Well, we know he's not going to stop with the self-love line, and we know he's doing quite a bit of that.
Mm-hmm. He's either just trying to appeal or showing a potential pivot in the direction of speaking to men, or he's just trying to, I don't know what to make of him talking about. And there's men that look up to him as, you know, like a big brother or uncle or dad or something that they never had that gives them guidance. And I don't know what he's doing right there. So I'm interested to see if that's something that he's going to try to take on. I'm very interested in that.
My question becomes this: what mom is going to be okay with her son taking advice and counsel from a brother that likes to love on himself in public?
I don't think the single mothers, I don't think they're going to have a problem with sending their sons to get guidance and mentorship from Derrick Jaxn. They're going to try to do a dual thing. Their son will get some mentorship, and they're going to hope that they could get some.
Well, to be fair, black women did crown Eddie Long king of the church. Given his escapades, we don't even want to go into all of that. That makes Derrick Jaxn's operations, if you will, look tame by comparison.
Somebody named Alice B says, I was asking for their purpose. I have 4 older brothers. Some women wear bonnets. I think
we were talking about the see, this is what black women like to do.
Some women wear bonnets to protect their
when you mention something unsavory about black women, this is what black women immediately do. They want to play tit for tat. Well, y'all got something unsavory about you too. So we talking about the bonnets. She got to talk about the do-rags. Ladies, do you realize how you want to know what is a big, the only biggest turn off is you being so unflattering looking with that bonnet, is you doing tit for tat. I mean, instant boner killer. Instant. It's worse than saltpeter. Okay? Tit for tat, instant boner killer. And so many black women want to do that. Well, I do it too. I go ahead and cheat too. Well, I do this too. Well, you do that too. I mean, just like, you know what, man? Just this is where we need that phantom zone from Man of Steel. You know, you just drag you in there to a black hole. So that's when we need that. Just put them in there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, okay. Let's do this here. I'm gonna get the Dr. Umar Johnson thing queued up in a second, so you guys stand by on that one. For some reason, I'm having a hard time. There it is. Okay. So yeah, stand by. The Dr. Umar Johnson video is coming. As I get this one pulled up and ready to go. Was there anything in particular as far as this one? Something that
there's a brother in the chat room says he remembers when Dr. Umar shamed his sister for donating $5. You want to know something? I really don't have a problem with him doing that.
I don't go there. I mean, I know how you think and how you operate on that, but no, that's not the route. That's not the route I go.
Because we can reasonably, when we look at most sisters, we know they ain't spending $5 to eat. We know that. We know it's more on the order of $35 to eat.
Mm-hmm.
And we know how much they spend on a Wookiee weave. We know it ain't no $5. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, that's very, very true. Very true. Very true. This is okay. There it is. Okay, that's what I was trying to do. Trying to get that to do like that. All right. Now it's doing what I needed to do. All right. Let's see, because I did see a super chat. Well, I think you already responded to the super chat that Mr. Shane Vitch has put up there. He says, I can't see him seriously pivoting to men. There is no money in it for him. Plus, we know he's full of shit. Co-signing BFF, black female effery, is way more profitable.
Oh, you better believe it. You better believe it. Yeah, you better believe it.
Thank you.
And of course, only in the black community will you have on the billboard there the phrase "most requested scholar." Like you don't see that in white America. It doesn't say we're going to have Victor Davis Hanson from Stanford University, most requested white scholar. I mean, you just don't see stuff like that.
Yeah.
Gotta love it.
Yeah. Good old community. But all right, let's so let's get ready to roll this. Now this one I actually haven't heard this one. So this one is fresh for me, but you've heard it. So let me know what parts you're when you're ready to stop it, and we'll go with it. We'll roll with it. We'll lean with it and rock with it. So yeah, just let me know when you need me to stop it. Let's go.
Oh, how convenient. I know we got callers on the line. I got to ask Dr. Umar just a bunch of things, but one of the things I want you to touch on is that Derrick Jaxn situation. With my thoughts, with the fact that this man has, the whole alpha male thing. And, you and I, we might have had this discussion before, but I think that because so many men are download.
What is all of these church ladies sounding black women? Have you noticed that? Have you noticed that a lot of the black, well, not all, but there's a lot of church lady. It sounds like they don't see. This is a big problem. And shout out to Sister Shahrazad Ali. She made a really good point about this. A lot of black women don't have any activities. They don't have anything to do. And this is the reason why there's so much all up in everybody's business and bitty-body and all of that. They need to get a man. And that man needs to tell her what to do with her day. She says she ain't got nothing to do. She can go and make herself useful somewhere. Okay? We got way too many black women that ain't got nothing to do. And they're just all up in everybody's business. And instead of having a man at home, they tell him what to do. You go over there and you plow a field or something like that and then make yourself useful. I just wanted to point that out. All right, let's continue.
All right.
I think that because so many men are download and they're gay and they're not really wanting to have relationships with women. Women in our African or black society might have to start rethinking their involvement with men in terms of polygamous situation. Now, it's not for me, but I'm saying that might be. I think women.
Okay, let me ask you this question, and maybe you don't know because this is just a clip. Was there like a previous lead up to talking about black men being gay, and so many of them are gay, and this did she just pull that out of nowhere?
Of course it is. Black women always pulling something out of there wherever. And it's always part of it being gay. Black women are fixated and obsessed with gay black men. I've never heard so many women in my life. You don't hear that. You don't hear Asian or Jewish women or whatever just so fixated on being gay. All these people are gay. No, you're just fixated on that. A lot of black women got a lot of, if you look in their head, there used to be a commercial with the flip top head. I think it was like a toothbrush commercial or whatever. It's the way you get a flip top head and you just brush your teeth, just go back and forth. If you could take that same concept with the black woman and do the flip top head, you would see all kind of crazy stuff in there. I mean, it would just be like a straight clockwork orange. Look it up. There would be Salvador Dali level stuff that's going on in there. Just surreal stuff that don't even make any sense. Like Inception. Remember that movie? Crazy stuff. Just all kind of crazy stuff that's going on in black women's head. This is the reason why I think this is why I'm with Kevin on this. But a lot of black women need some serious therapy, man. They need help. Bad. We need protection. We from what exactly? Protection from what? I'll tell you what you need protection from. You need protection from yourself. You need to go get therapy. You don't need a bodyguard. You need a therapist. You need help.
They need protection from criticism. That's what they want protection from. Yeah, I'll get back to the tape, but she just came out of nowhere with this. This is a story about a cheating man. Now, if a woman was to say that, given the lack of, the high rate of infidelity in the Black community, there's women sharing a man anyway as is, should we could just consider polygamy or this or some polygyny. I mean, that would be a fair lead up into that conversation, regardless of your views on polygyny. That would be a fair lead up. But this don't got nothing to do with a man being gay. Like if it would have came out that Derrick Jaxn was gay, that would have been a proper lead up. Okay, yeah, but given the fact that that's why I'm saying she just pulled it out of nowhere. The data that I've looked up and researched on this, roughly 4% of Black people are gay, something like 3.5% of Hispanic Latinos, 3% of white people. That was the data that I looked up a while ago. If that data has changed, who knows? I don't know. That's the data that I looked up. It's not the amount of gay Black people compared to gay other people. It's the difference is statistically meaningless. So us having this over focus on Black men being gay, it's weird, and it's out of nowhere.
Oh yeah, this is the reason why I said it's a Clockwork Orange. A lot of these broads need help, man. They need serious help. As for the polygamy part, this leads into what we're about to get into with these lovely ladies, because they all the sound and fury about marital infidelity and all the rest of it, but it really belies a deeper truth, and this is the reason why this whole thing about polygamy and all the rest of it. Black women aren't as bothered by all of that as we're led to believe.
Yeah, and if she was honest, she wouldn't have led with Black men being gay. She would have led with, since women don't mind sleeping with a married man, they don't mind sharing a man, and in this case, this woman staying with the man after he's been cheating. So clearly, everybody is okay with it. Why not just go ahead and have a polygamous relationship? That would have been a fair lead up. So yeah, but anyway, I'm not gonna make the same point. I can't get it out of my head. I'm just gonna let it go. All right, but to leap to gay, and this has nothing to do with Black men being gay. That's just ridiculous. That's just all right. Clue in the bit on the Super Chat. He said, "Big oil, big pharma, big tech, and big BFF, Black female effort."
Yep, that's right. That's right.
Shout out to you. Appreciate that. Also we got. Don't want to miss you. I've been seeing a lot of new people super chatting. I appreciate that. I did pick up a lot of new subscribers lately, so shout out to all the new people in the building. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. All the new people that are coming in. That was redundant. All the new people coming in listening right now that are not subscribed, make sure you subscribe to the channel. All your new subscribers, bang the bell. That's what I actually meant to say. And new subscribers and new people coming in listening to the live stream, make sure that you also go over and subscribe to Obsidian, because the moderators are about to re-drop the link to his channel in the chat. So make sure you go and do that. But PD in the building says, "Fix your bonnet of salvation and protection, queen." Next, Black relationship bestseller. Oh, that's our book title. "Fix your bonnet of salvation and protection, queen." Okay, gotcha. I still like "Don't Forget Your Bonnet." That "Don't Forget Your Bonnet" there. That one will sell. Snuggles 668, the $5 super chat champion of the world in the building, says, "Are you saying women have the ability to share naturally and to even work together with each other with the person that they are sharing?"
I didn't go that far.
There's human emotions and stuff involved. It's feasibly possible, but there's problems within. But the argument is, if y'all are willfully sharing anyway, then you might as well go ahead and drop the feelings and the emotions and just go full gangster with it if you're just going to be sharing anyway. That's the argument. But I'm not going to talk about the capacity of some people to actually go through with that. There's reasons why they won't go through it. It's dysfunction and a lack of structure and a certain amount of chaos with just being a side chick and cheating. But to actually submit to the structure of a polygamous relationship, even if it is with a rich man like a Derrick Jaxn, they don't want to do it. They'll rather dabble around in the dysfunction, be a side chick, and have their freedom to still run about and do what they want. But that's a whole nother story, whole nother debate, whole nother stream. But let's get back to this video. I do want to see what Dr. Umar Johnson has to say about this. Thank you, everybody, for super chatting. Appreciate it. Let's go.
In our African or Black society, might have to start rethinking their involvement with men in terms of polygamous situation. Now, it's not for me, but I'm saying that might be something that we have to think about, and I want you to speak on that.
With the Derrick Jaxn situation, 3 points automatically come to mind. Point number one, most of the women involved in quote unquote exposing him, I believe, Sister Ann, are very disingenuous in doing so because the way they went about it. They showed no regard whatsoever for the life and feelings of his wife. You know, if you're a Black woman, you are a sister to every other Black woman. Why not do this with a little bit more respect, a little bit more confidentiality, a little bit more tact, a little bit more class? Y'all could have went to his wife and told her what was going on. But because everybody's so thirsty for YouTube money and everybody's so thirsty for YouTube views and everybody's so thirsty for YouTube likes, we don't care whose life we destroy. We don't care, you know, who we throw under the bus in our effort to become, quote unquote, more famous and more popular. And I have to say, Sister Ann, I thank God every day that he gave me, or she gave me, an honest means and a decent means of earning a living and helping my people that would provide me with enough public attention if I somehow would have needed that had I not been, quote unquote, Dr. Umar, that I don't have to embarrass myself and disrespect other people in order to become popular, because I'm seeing people go out of their way to disrespect themselves and bring other people down just to become well known. Most of your well-known YouTube personalities who are not celebrities got that way by destroying other people's lives, telling other people's businesses, spreading and promoting rumors and character assassination campaigns. And I'm a victim, obviously, of that as well. But it's such a shame that people have to do that to become, quote unquote, known and famous. And I just thank God that I was able to do it by being a school psychologist, that I was able to do it by being a Pan-Africanist, that I was able to do it by helping people save their children. I'm one of the only people I know, Sister Ann, who can get millions and millions of views on his videos without slandering or attacking another person. And I just thank God for that.
Well, you know, that's, you know, sometimes when you have women, and it may...
Did you say stop it?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Now, this is where Dr. Umar Johnson's narcissism comes out.
Yep.
He wasn't asked about what he thought about himself. He was asked what he thought about the situation with Derrick Jaxn. And he spent more time talking about himself than the actual question that he was asked.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way of the narcissist. They no matter what you ask them, they got to bring it back to themselves, even though that doesn't have anything to do with the question.
Mm-hmm.
Now, with that being said, Dr. Umar does make a good point. And it is something that I had been quietly noticing. And that is, throughout this whole situation with Jaxn, I haven't heard many sisters online going after the mistresses. I've heard them going full bore after the wife and her bonnet, but I ain't heard them going after the mistresses. Mm-hmm. They ain't had nothing to say about the mistresses. They only had something to say about the wife's bonnet. I found that very interesting. And what it suggests is, you know, the whole situation tells me, you know, I only know of one black woman, one, who has actually walked out on Derrick Jaxn. One. And this was at a time, just 2 years ago, where over 1,000 black women came to see him in attendance, standing room only. Only know one black woman who walked out on him. One. Now, if that's anything to go by, Black America is in deep doo-doo. You're talking one sister per every 1,000. How is it possible to build anything with those kind of numbers? 1 for every 1,000.
Well, at the time, he was the golden child at the time that you're referring to, and those women did buy a ticket to go see him. The golden, untarnished, the perfect guy without a blemish on him. That's what they were going to see. So they weren't walking out on. I can understand them not. I really can't. They couldn't see. They couldn't see through the BS of his message.
They heard what they wanted to hear. Look, man.
Yeah, okay.
What's really going on is this, and this is the reason why I said that the Derrick Jaxn story is so important. Aside from the fact it's been carried on every news agency throughout planet Earth, okay, Newsweek and CNN and all the rest of it. Look, the Derrick Jaxn self-immolation represents a complete and utter breakdown of Black love itself, how we've conceived it, how we talk about it, the model upon which it works. I'm sorry, the marital model doesn't work for Black people. That's harsh to say. And I'm not saying that you can have some atomized examples, but the numbers bear it out. We have a very real marital infidelity problem. Our marital rates are at the lowest point they've ever been. We have the highest divorce rates. We don't even live with each other as much as other races do.
Yeah.
We have got to find, I call it the great recalibration. We got to recalibrate everything. As far as I'm concerned, everything else is on the table because what's proposed don't work. Case in point, in Derrick Jaxn's own life, it don't work. And so when I hear all these sisters being upset with Kevin talking about high value men don't cheat, they exercise options, but then at the same time, I see them voting with their feet to stick with a guy like Jaxn in light of what he did, something don't add up here. I hear the rhetoric on one side, but I see butts and seats on the other side. Something's not adding up. I think a lot of Black women do that because that's what a lot of other Black men want to hear. I think for a lot of Black women, I think you hit the nail on the head on this, Bernard. You said it yourself, and you can help me out with this. You said words to the effect that in today's world, for many, not all, but for many Black women, and the numbers bear this out, they're good with their job, whatever it is that they do, and they make their money, and they live their life, and they get the occasional helping hand from Uncle Sam. And if they can have a roll in the hay with a jawline Negro, they're good with it, and that's it. They're good with it. They're not going to make too much of a stink out of it. They're just fine with that life as they are. I'm sorry. When I went to that event, I didn't hear no sisters talking about, mom and apple pie. They were talking about sitting up and bouncing up and down on Derrick Jaxn's lap. And, I think that given the events of the 2 years following, subsequent to that, I think that it's time that we reassess things. I think we need to think about it.
Divine Mitchell in the building with the super chat. He says, since they don't want the average earning Black man, they shouldn't want protection from those men. They should only be looking for protection from high value men. That's a whole that's a whole thing right there. I'm not even gonna unpack that one as far as the whole protection thing and them not wanting the average earning man. But even though they got kids by the average earning man, but they all want a high value man. It's so much to unpack there. I'm not even. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. But yeah, that's a whole show. Silent Lamont in the building. Well, thank you for that super chat, because whenever somebody drops a super chat, that is pop in my head that could be potentially a whole show. I appreciate that. So I do segue into different shows sometimes from your comments and your super chats. So keep them coming. I appreciate it. Silent Lamont in the building says Derrick Jaxn uses the bonnet to wipe off after with no towel. Get out of there, Silent. Snuggles just said something that confused me. I asked him to clarify in the chat. He said, Bernard, did you just try to do a Derrick Jaxn to protect the behavior that you vehemently despise, or was I just hearing wrong? I do believe you were hearing wrong, but I did ask for you to clarify what you meant in the chat. I believe you were talking about the time when Obsidian was saying that he's only seen one woman walk out on Derrick Jaxn. He was referring to the live Derrick Jaxn event that he went to observe and report, so to speak. And there was one woman that walked out that wasn't really interested in hearing what Derrick Jaxn had to say. But I wasn't faulting the ladies who were there, who bought a ticket to come see him at the time when he was their unblemished savior. I can't fault them for not walking out, but then I had to take a step back and say, if you can't hear through the disingenuous BS of his message, that's still worth criticism, even without knowing what's going on with him now. So it was an attempt to reach across the aisle, but then I had to take a step back and realize that but I still criticize women for all of a sudden. This is one of the first things I said in response to this Derrick Jaxn news coming out. Them going hard against him now, it's late hustle. You're diving out of bounds, trying to save the ball when it's too late. You know it's going into the stands, and you're not going to be able to save it. Like, don't do it now. You should have heard through the BS when he was doing all the pandering. When he wrote a book called "Single Mothers Are for Grown Men Only," when we can clearly see the results of single motherhood in the Black community. Anybody who write a book with that title is on some BS, and women should instantly see what's going on there. So I do criticize those that were on board before this, but now it's even more criticism. It's a next level of criticism now for those who are staying on board after this. PD in the building says, pass me the bonnet so I can clean up. Oh man, get out of there. Oh my goodness, man.
My God, man. So yeah, this is really disturbing, and it raises a number of very uncomfortable questions that we have to answer. It really does. I think that we need a top down, complete refit of how we do things in Black America. I think that the old models just doesn't work anymore. And I think that Black women aren't as upset about, certain Black men having more on the side than we're led to believe.
Right.
And I think it's time to have that conversation. It's not going to be a perfect solution. There are never perfect solutions. They're just trade-offs. And Black women have said in so many words that they're willing to make the trade-off by their actions. I mean, I just don't see Derrick Jaxn wholesale getting canceled. That's not going to happen. In a very real sense, he's here to stay. Now, in what form remains to be seen. Mm-hmm. But yeah, and the larger question of what he represents in terms of, the relationship between Black men and Black women. Yeah, I mean, it's something that we can no longer continue. Because we know it's a farce. Everybody knows it now. So, it does lend credence to alternative lifestyles, so to speak, polyamory and all the rest of it. It does lend credence to it, to the extent that this particular model doesn't work in a modern age. I think it's a relic, a holdover from a previous era that is no longer extant. It's obsolete. We live in a very different world. I think we got to approach all this a lot differently. And, part of the conversation has to be, and me and Edward Anderson kind of tickled the plate with this. I want to get with him. Maybe he'll join us on the panel. We can talk about it some more, but I would like to have him over on my place as a special guest. Is that I think that there are far too many black men that are far too romantic for their own good. I think that has to be part of the conversation. We have to change the way in which we look at relationships and definitely marriage. I mean, we got to look at it differently. I've been asking brothers this question for a long time. Why do you want a woman in your life? For what? See, if I may, the subtitle to my book, The Book of Obsidian, is a manual for the 21st century Black American gentleman. I was keen to put that in there. The 21st century. We're still approaching things as if we're in the late 19th century, or at best mid 20th century, instead of being in the 21st century. I mean, a lot of the things that black men did in the past, you don't need to do anymore. You just don't.
Meaning what? Such as what?
Yeah, I'm about to answer your question.
Yeah.
Think about Oprah Winfrey for a minute. Now, she is one, and has been for a very long time, one of the most influential human beings on planet Earth. Okay. And she did it without marrying, without having kids. I find it fascinating that when we have discussions about legacy, getting ahead, etc., so forth, Oprah's never mentioned. And when she is, it's always seen as a kind of special zone. But black men still have to adhere to old ossified rules that are no longer operative. I'm sorry, you don't need to get married in order to get ahead as a black man today. You just don't. You don't need to get married to have a legacy. You don't. You don't even need to get married to get food. There's an outfit I'll mention. I'll give a free plug. There's an outfit called Cook Unity. That's where I get all my meals from. I don't even need a woman to cook for me anymore. $60 a week. I get all my meals the way I want them, however I want them, delivered.
Only $60?
Yep.
Damn.
I don't even require it. Surrogate mom, 50
You said a week?
Yep.
Wow. That's cheap.
Yep. I mean, you could order more meals if you want, but even still.
Oh, well, you cutting back anyway, if I understand it right. So you probably not. Yeah. So okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, and for those that want to cook for themselves, great. That's fine. My point is, you don't need all the things that a black man needed in your grandfather. I'm so, for example, I have a uncle, a great uncle, right? He's my grandfather's brother, church man. He would wait until his wife came home from work to cook dinner. If she didn't have dinner on or whatever, he got home, he would just sit there. That's insane to me.
How long ago was this?
Oh my goodness, this would have been at least 20 years ago, if not longer.
Yeah.
So my point is that you don't need to do what black men of a previous generation did, especially if you got anything going for you. You can just afford to just outsource it. we live in that type of world now. If your concern is having a legacy, there's surrogate mamas that can do that. Ramil has talked about this. Other brothers have talked about it. 50 to 80 grand in the United States. It's a lot cheaper. Don't have to worry about any problems. You want to have multiple lovers? Look, we live in a period where alternative lifestyles are a watchword. Who can argue against? I mean, this is a feminist dream, right? I mean, the whole argument with feminists is about consent. Well, if the ladies consent to be with you and they know that you that dude, what's the problem? There's no issue with infidelity because you're not married. Dating. I see Silent Lamont talking about the cheddar biscuit. He's 100% correct. We don't need to do that anymore. You can. I'm not saying that you can't do it. You can, but you don't need to. You don't need to court anybody anymore. That was for a previous era when women couldn't work and went straight from their dad's house to their husband's house. We don't have to do that anymore. I'm saying that the black community needs to finally step into the 21st century and join the rest of the world. Marriage today is completely different from what it used to be. Completely different. That's just the plain truth. The old ways don't work. We see evidence of it abounding. And black women are going to have to grow up. They're going to have to accept parts of themselves and accept the good and the bad that come with it, the trade-offs that come with it. If you're the type of sister, you just cannot abide by a brother not being fine, that you can get with you. He's not attractive, just off the table. Great. Just understand that that tends to come with its own challenges. You got pretty girl problems. You got pretty Negro problems too. Those are the trade-offs. You're the type of sister that just cannot abide by a brother just being, a Olympian in the bedroom. Great. Just understand that that comes with trade-offs. And so on. You need a brother that can afford you a six-figure lifestyle. Great. Just understand that that comes with trade-offs. Whatever it is, there's going to be trade-offs. And in an age where you can exercise options, that's not just with regard to high-value men and cheating. That's all of us. We simply don't have to put up with a lot of the stuff that we used to have to put up with in the past. We don't. That's the truth. And there are inevitable trade-offs that come with that. You have to be okay with that. I think that's the conversation. That's where the conversation has to go forward. What happened with Derrick Jaxn is a signpost on a statement about Black America across the board. And again, I'm not against marriage. I'm not against people getting married. What I'm saying is the reasoning for it has to be in step with the times. And I'm sorry, the times ain't where Derrick Jaxn is. And by extension, the Black love machine, the Black love industry, all the rest of it. We got to have a complete reordering of how we do things. We've already done it with women. It's time that we do it with men. Like I said, Oprah Winfrey. She's as unconventional as it gets. Why can't we do the same for men? I'm sorry. I'm a very ambitious, aspirational brother. And I refuse to have to play by the game to get there. This is the 21st century. I don't need to get married to be fully me. If Oprah can do it, I can do it. This is where living in your truth hits the road. The rubber hits the road now. And brothers need to be able to live in their truth. Hey, look, man, I like women and women like me. That's what it is. I don't need to lie about it. I don't need to, do the kabuki dance over it. It is what it is. If you're not interested, fine. I'm moving on. But for every sister that says no, there are numerous ones that will say yes. That's the truth. And you can be successful too. Every century in the United States, there's this kind of great churn around these questions. I talked about this the other day about a show called The Alienist. You need to go watch that show. There's another really interesting show, I think it's on Cinemax, called The Nick. All of these shows are based in late 19th century, early 20th century America. A great time of technological and social innovation and upheaval. And, we saw it then and we're seeing it now. And to answer the brother Snuggles, yes, my sentiment does go along with the high value man standard. I mean, you don't have to get married to get ahead in the 21st century. I'm sorry, you don't. I'm sorry, you don't. You don't. I'm sorry, you just don't. We need to be able to accept this. Because what we're doing doesn't work. It just doesn't work. And yes, they're going to be winners and losers. I mean, we're just going to get right to it. They're going to be winners and losers. That's inevitable when you have progress. The horse and buggy lost out to the automobile. Letter writing is almost ancient now. That's what happens. That's an inevitable consequence of the innovations that take place. That's just how it works. And for the brother Gabe says he can't keep up with Obsidian's changes in opinions, that's because you're not able to keep up with the rate at which I have evolved. That's another problem that brothers have. We're going to have to get comfortable with evolution, with change. A lot of brothers are scared to death of change. I'm not.
All right. That was interesting, to put it mildly. Was it anything else? Well, shout out to Silent Lamont on that super chat that came through. And as someone pointed out in the chat, we got over 800 people in here. Make sure y'all hitting that like button. We got 485 on the like, so we are over 50%. We could possibly do a little better than that. Definitely can just bump right up to 500 right now, so make sure you hit the like button. One thing I do want to get at, first, the tape is only halfway through on Dr. Umar Johnson. Was it more to what he was talking about?
Not really. We can be, because there's the rest of it. We can. Yes, but I do want to respond to a few brothers in the chat room, a few of your moderators. One brother said, not evolution, it's a shifting persona. Well, change, that means change over time. I reserve the right to change my mind. Mm-hmm. I reserve the right to have this position today and then change it tomorrow. I have that right. I have the right to change. And I'm sorry that for some brothers, they can't get past that. They can't just wrap their minds around the fact that brothers have a right to change.
All right.
There was a very famous scholar who once famously said, I change my position based on incoming new evidence. And he asked his interlocutor, what do you do when new evidence comes along? Do you still hold on to the same position? I mean, what do you do? Most old man doesn't stand for any ideology at all. I do. I don't stand for ideology. I stand for progress. Human progress. That's what I stand for. And you would think if anybody would be for human progress, it would be black folk, given what we've been through. If anybody would be for it, we would be for it. But here we are holding on for dear life to something that has proven not to work. I mean, what more evidence do we need?
Vincent Henley in the building says technology is undefeated. I think he's referring to you talking about how the automobile put away the horse and buggy. Red Sings the Blues in the building says, I may not always agree with Obsidian, but I do agree that black men have a uncomfortable relationship with change and adaptability. Thank you very much for that, Red Sings the Blues. Appreciate you coming on through. And my man Osama Abdu in the building says, BR and O Man, a team for the ages, as he always says. What is it, BR? Says what then he means what is up, BR. I'm not sure what he means right there, but thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. And Gabe A, who works hard every day to lose his wrench on this channel. Not just playing. Shout out to Gabe A. I don't know if Gabe A be serious or he be trolling. He just be talking junk. But shout out to Gabe A. Very intelligent brother. Says, what changed between you aligning what Kevin Samuels' opinion of relationships? Okay. What changed between you aligning what Kevin Samuels' opinions of relationships and now?
Well, there's never been a big secret. I'm a lifelong confirmed bachelor. Kevin's been married twice. That's not a great secret. Everybody knows that. Kevin has spent a life in corporate America. I'm a lifelong blue collar brother. That's not a great secret. It would be inevitable that we would have different outlooks on life as a result of our life experiences. That would be inevitable. And really no great surprise or any great shock. So, you know, we have different outlooks on these matters. I don't see that as a problem. Do you?
Well, this is where I'm at with that. And a lot of people accuse you of just changing your views or your talking points to align with Kevin Samuels. I listen to Kevin Samuels a lot, and I obviously listen to you a lot because you're on my show a lot. Y'all actually disagree on a lot of things. Now, there are some core things that y'all are eye to eye, shoulder to shoulder on, but there are a lot of things that y'all go a completely different route on. So people can't really, people
give me a few examples, 2 or 3 maybe.
Okay, just starting right out the gate. When it comes to infidelity in a marriage, adultery, you say absolutely no, 100%. If for whatever reason you got to step out, even in the least bit, hey, it's time to divorce her, cut and run, leave, pay her off, be done with it. Kevin Samuels has a different view when I'm sure in some situations he probably would agree with what you're saying, but I mean, he actually did a stream talking about high value men don't cheat, they exercise options. So that's one area where y'all have some disagreements. I think there was now you put me on the spot. Now I'm fumbling. There was a few things where I noticed that y'all were taking a completely different approach. His analysis of the women who are average at best. Well, y'all probably do got some agreement on this, but his analysis of the women who are average at best, he's always talking to them, saying, what's wrong with the average man? Average black man makes $42K. You're average. He's average. That you should be getting with that man and having no problem with it. You sort of take a different route on that. You've been lately going with the okay. They're saying that they want a high value man that makes more money, and then you've been more or less. It's almost like he's making a broader general argument that's better for the overall group of men. And I've accused you of this. I've charged you up with this, that you always default back to what amounts to a self-serving argument that saying, okay, great, y'all want a high earning, high value man. The only thing that you've been saying with that is, okay, here we go. You know, I'm high value. I'm what you're saying that I'm what you all are saying that you want. That's what you've been doing with that lately, where he's been sort of he's been advocating for something different in that. I mean, there's a number of areas, like you put me on the spot. I'll write them down someday. I'll write them down someday and come back with a list of things where y'all disagree. But y'all part ways on some of these issues.
Well, what I would say is I think that there's something to be learned out of this, is that there's variation between black men on this matter. And that's something that's always interested me, because we tend to, and this is, to be fair, this isn't just something that the lovely ladies do. A lot of us do as well. Men do as well. Black men. We tend to approach black men as one undifferentiated block, kind of like a Borg. And we're not. We're we're a variegated group. And, you know, we all have different takes on it. And I don't think that that's a bad thing, because are we saying that all high value men are high value black men are exactly the same, or is that what we're saying? They're kind of like a cookie cutter rolling off the assembly line.
Well, this happens all the time in these discussions, that men get cobbled together people do that so they can mount an easier counter argument. They want to cobble all men together. I mean, one of the videos I did responded to Derrick Jaxn. He ultimately tried to do that, because there are some men who make the point that they don't care how much money a woman makes, and then there's other men who are saying a woman, no, she needs to pay half the bills. So how you gonna say she needs to pay half the bills, but you don't care about how much money she make? Well, that's not the same guy who's saying she need to pay half the bills, but also I don't care how much money he makes. So it amounts to just one big straw man argument. Now, what you're saying is a factor in the equation, that they do sometimes, and I cringe every time I see a black man doing it, looking at us as some big Borg hive mind. But a lot of times it's just coming to the discussion in bad faith, just making a straw man argument. A lot of times that's what's going on. Cool Kamazi in the building says, funny how millennial age men like Mr. Jaxn express content mainly for older men, and their acts mainly cheating, and is now in the hot seat at his age.
Yeah, that is interesting. That is because usually it's the other way around, statistically. But yeah, that is interesting. I noticed that as well. But going to Gabe's point in the chat room, he said that he heard me bigging up marriage, and it sounds like I'm saying something different now. No, I didn't say that I was against marriage. As a matter of fact, I said the purpose and function of marriage is different today than it was even a century ago. I've talked about this numerous times about hedonic marriage. You don't even hear black folks using that word. And there's a reason for it, because we're still clinging to an old, obsolete model that doesn't work. I'm not against marriage at all. I'm against the idea of holding on to things that no longer work. Now, if you want to talk about hedonic marriage and a marriage that's more in line with the 21st century, yeah, okay, great. But if you're talking about something of yesterday that Derrick Jaxn has proven himself doesn't work, that's where we're going to have a problem. And I'm sorry, man. The majority of black men and black women right now aren't married and aren't likely to be. We need a pathway forward with them. We need a pathway forward. That's just the plain truth. We ain't going to get married, man. We're okay with Oprah doing it. We need to be okay with more black people doing it. There's a path forward. There's a way this can be done. That's all I'm saying.
All right. Before we open this thing up, is there any finer point, any final bow you want to put on the whole Derrick Jaxn clubhouse debacle thing that's going on there? Is it, yeah, I mean, you want to put something else on that one before we open this thing up for a little bit?
Yeah, I think that it's I agree with you. I think it's indicative of Derrick basically saying that I'm here to stay. And I think that's a good thing because now we get a chance to take a whole lot of pot shots at him, rightly so. And we can do that while this whole thing evolves and unfolds.
You know what? This is one thing while we wait for people to come up. And actually, I do got to step away for a second too. But okay, we were patiently waiting for Tasha K to come through with another. She said it was allegedly 3 more mistresses that came forward. We was waiting for that. I ain't gonna even lie. I was curious. I was waiting for her. I can't stand listening to Tasha K videos. I hate her voice and the cadence of how she speak and blah 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 blah. But those Derrick Jaxn mistress phone calls, the conversations she was having there, I couldn't help it on that one. I couldn't help it. I was listening. But so she hasn't dropped anything on that one, and there was rumors of a potential legal thing, like a gag order was put in. Shout out to the lead attorney. He did a good video saying it's not even possible that a gag order could have even been put in place based off he broke it down legally how that was a bunch of nonsense. But it has me wondering now because she hasn't come forward with anything else. But I think that will be the one of the determining factors, even because he's saying he's here to stay. And that's what I was looking for. I was looking for him to say that no matter what, he's standing in it and he's going to still do this thing. And so we did get the evidence from the Clubhouse video, but then there's the other pieces of evidence. And I think Tasha K is probably strategically waiting for him to drop another video, try to come back and try to say something, anything to go on his debacle tour that he's doing, where he's just keep talking. The more he talks, the worse it gets. I think she's waiting for him to really drop something on his channel again, whether YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, whatever. I think that's what she's doing, and then after he does that, she's going to release the Kraken, so to speak, on the other mistresses. But I'm curious about that. Like I said, no fan of Tasha K and her content, but I can't. That's the this is the train wreck. I can't turn away from at this.
Oh
point.
yeah,
But,
yeah. There seems to be a brother in your chat room. He's a moderator named We Kill Dragons, and he's saying, you told me personally you were a persona like the Joker and the Batman. Those were your words. Just own it instead of pretending. Newsflash, We Kill Dragons. Everybody on social media is a persona. If you came to social media looking for authenticity and the truth, you came to the wrong place. It's all about persona. Everybody, including you, as you hide behind your avatar. Okay?
shout out to Truth As I Know It. That's my guy. I did a one-on-one with him. Respect him. I respect that brother. Shout out to him. But yeah, I mean, the link is in the chat. I don't want the link to be in the chat just for y'all to come up and say, "Ha, Obsidian, you changed your view on marriage," or whatever he's changed his view on, and his views have changed on a lot of things. And some people have called him out because when they bring up this is the only area where I think y'all can legitimately drop some criticism. There's been times when people have brought up things that Obsidian changed his view on, and instead of just saying, yes, I changed my view on that, he wouldn't exactly say that. It would turn into a back and
because I don't play playing gotcha. Black folks love playing gotcha instead of really trying to listen to understand. Black folks don't listen to understand; they listen to play gotcha. And I'm not going to play gotcha. I want you to listen to understand. That's a game. I say I don't want to play that game. I refuse to play that game. Listen to understand, not listen to play gotcha. There's a difference. Listen to understand. And if you want to take somebody seriously, don't watch YouTube. Go to the library and do some serious study. Go back to school and do some serious study. Don't go to social media. If you want seriousness, then do something serious. See, this is the argument that black folks want. They want to have it both ways. I have accepted the rules of the world. I didn't make the rules. I didn't make the rules. I only operate by the rules that have been set. See, the problem that a lot of black folks have is when you start beating the game by its own rules, now it's a problem. I mean, that's a big, let's just get right to it. That's a big problem with Kevin. Kevin mastered the rules of the game. Got to salute him for that. But a lot of brothers feel some kind of way about that. Don't get mad at him because he mastered the rules of the game. The very same people that had a problem with Kevin didn't have a problem with Derrick. Don't knock that man's hustle. I listened to that for years. Right here in the Black Manosphere. Don't knock that man's hustle. But when Kevin comes along and lights it up, now you got a problem with it. Right. Right. You didn't think I noticed that? You think that got by me? It didn't.
Marcus, are you serious? That's a funny name. Marcus, are you serious? He says, what's up, O and B, live from Cali. Derrick, oh boy, Jaxn needs to just sit down for a year. I doubt that. No. I don't think you need to do that. And brothers need to stop being scared of others' opinions. I don't know what you mean by scared of others' opinions. I don't know who's.
Well, I get where he's going with that. There is something to be said with a lot of black men having problems with differences of opinion. Like me and Kevin, we don't have big falling outs over stuff like this. I have my position, he has his position, and that's that. But there are other brothers. Oh, you don't agree with Kevin on this, and you don't agree with him on that. I want to see. There was one brother that told me on another show. He said he wanted to see a big falling out between the two of us. You want to know the reason why he said that? I'm not going to say who it is, and I'm not going to say the show. But he actually said it on the air. He said it to me live, and I'm going to tell you the reason why. Because if that happens, they're niggas just like us.
Hold on, real quick before I read that, Domactic Trucker. Al Boogie in the building says, Bernard be protecting the shit out of Obsidian. He let niggas go crazy on everyone else. Shit is wild. Go ask ARC and Angry Man how good do I protect Obsidian. Go look up some old streams. I know people have came up and attacked Obsidian. And there's times when Obsidian went left. I've never personally attacked him, but when he go left on something, well, left in my opinion, I've challenged him and went back and forth and argued with him on stuff. So no. He don't get protection like that. I cut it out. Obsidian faces the firing squad all the time on this show. Sometimes real quick. Sometimes when Obsidian is up here just wilding out, I put the link in the chat and I just step back, lean all the way back, and let the firing squad handle them. If I don't even feel like touching on it. So no, you can't. Don't play me like that. Like I just give Obsidian. I give him free reign to speak his mind and get his thoughts out, and you can agree or disagree. But I don't protect him from the firing squad. Like, come on.
What's interesting about it is the people who say that never come up themselves to take a shot. Hint, hint. The link is in the chat room for you too, Al. You can come on up anytime you're ready. I'm sitting right here. I'm not like Derrick Jaxn. I'm not going to go somewhere else where I know guys can't really come at me with the heat and the fire. Then there's the whole thing. This other brother wants to say that Kevin and Derrick Jaxn are very consistent. Really? You got to have glasses, or you should get some. Look at Kevin 2 years ago and look at him now. Very different. Matter of fact, Mediocre Tutorials even talked about that recently. Mm-hmm. As for Jaxn, if you believe that Derrick Jaxn is the same today as he was 2 years ago or even a year ago, I got a real nice beachfront property to sell you in Arizona. If you really believe that.
All right. The Mac the Trucker in the building. I think Derrick will be on an episode of, she shut it down, but that would be a good one, though, if he was on an episode of a Yama Van Zandt Fix My Life.
Something that could bring her back. Who knows?
That would be a good one, man.
Because if anybody get their life fixed, it's him. So yeah.
But look, we had a good topic all day. I don't want to turn this into people and their personal gripes with Obsidian and all of that.
That's all it really is. I mean, can we agree that that's all it really is? Can we agree on that? I mean, there's no factual empirical basis. This is just a personal, problem. Can we?
I mean, you do invite it and bring it in. I mean, you.
I invite it because I want them to admit that it's a personal problem. Admit that it's a personal problem. It doesn't have any empirical factual basis. It's a personal problem. Just admit it.
All right, here it is. This is where I'm at with it. We had a good topic today. great audience, great turnout, great analysis of the Derrick Jaxn Clubhouse debacle, and Dr. Umar Johnson pointing out the thing that he pointed out that very few people, especially Black women, are pointing out. That was a good topic, and I kind of want the discussion to stay there, and then before it just turns into the
I'm down.
Turn into a shit show. I would rather it stay there for the most part. But Logic's fair in the building. He says, if you want authenticity, read my book. Shout out to Taj City. That was a good one. But all right,
I didn't know he had a book out.
And he was saying that's essentially that was directed at you. He was saying that's what you
I thought that would be directed at Derrick. That's what he was saying all throughout his Clubhouse. I only talked about my book like once or twice in 2 hours. How many times did Derrick Jaxn reference his book in 9 minutes? Yeah.
All right. Pablo in the building. I got to step away for a second so you two can go ahead and have at it. You got the floor. You got the mic, Pablo. You got it.
All right. Yo, man, it's one of my biggest pet peeves about the manosphere is that a lot of Black men have the ideology that if you don't agree with everything somebody says, then you're inconsistent. You you don't agree with them. You are against them. Totally ridiculous.
It's interesting, Pablo, that David Carroll talks about this quite a bit in his videos, and he attributes it to the breakdown of the Black family, lack of fathers in the home. He argues, this is Uncle Dave, not me. He argues that when you have a strong father or failing that, strong Black male archetypes, I guess you could say, role models in your life, you're raised to accept that there are going to be people who think like you, and that's okay. That's all right. That's cool. No big whoop. You think one way, they think another. Cool. Whatever. But when you're raised around nothing but Black women, as Derrick Jaxn has, we know that's to be true. You can't abide by other people having a different take on things than you. You don't know how to act. You act all apoplectic. Now, I have no problem fielding questions from the audience on what I actually said, most of which is empirically based. And I also don't have any problem fielding questions from people that really just have a personal problem with me, but they ain't man enough to say it.
Well, if you notice, Derrick Jaxn doesn't take questions from any. Matter of fact, that Clubhouse was the first time ever he's ever actually taken any questions from an audience.
That's right. And we know why, don't we?
Because he can't support most of the stuff that he's saying.
Yep, he was forced into that. I've been taking.
He can't think on his feet fast enough.
Yep, I've been doing it for years. So I have no problem with any of that. I mean, that's cool. The people don't want to talk about the actual topic, and if people don't want to talk about the actual facts, I mean, we can talk about their personal problems they have with me. I'm good with it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with you and Bernard on everything. One thing I don't agree with most of the manosphere on. Well, a couple of things. One is baby mamas. I think baby mamas are fair game if they are feminine, cooperative, and fit. I'm in it to win it. I married one. I ain't got a problem with it. Right? Under those conditions. And it's a matter of degree. 1, 2, 3 little crumb snatches. How many?
Right. It's interesting you say that, because that has been a major flashpoint in the Passport Brothers / SYSBM debate as well. The argument goes, well, these guys are going overseas to get with these women. They're baby mamas just like Black women are baby mamas, meaning that there's a hypocrisy there, that these guys just have a problem with Black women. It can't be that maybe there's some other factors that explain why brothers such as yourself would go elsewhere and get with Black baby mamas over there, but eschew the baby mamas over here. It can't be any other reasons for it. It can't be any other variables. I just find that ridiculous.
So we don't all agree on everything, but to the larger ideas of the manosphere, which is Black male empowerment, I'm lockstep with you, and you know I support you wholeheartedly.
Now, what's
So I mean,
interesting is the one brother in the chat room saying other variables like what? I would say come up here and ask Pablo. He's better equipped to answer the question than I am. Ask him.
come on up here. I answer it for you. Talk to me. I ain't scared.
I mean, it seems
Oh, and here's another one.
Yeah.
I don't believe Sierra's imprinted on Future. I believe just the opposite. She's imprinted on Russell Wilson. I got the proof to prove it.
Uh-oh.
Jump up here. Come with me. I dare you. Come up here.
Well, there you go, fellas. Link is in the chat room. You know what to do. Link's right there. Come on up. You can ask him what evidence, what receipts he got to prove it. There it is.
So I don't agree with everybody on everything, but that doesn't mean I'm not supportive of the most of the platforms in this sphere in general. I don't agree with everything on everybody. Somebody insinuated that I was a stand for you. Well, that ain't true because we don't agree on everything.
But what if you are a stand? What does that got to do with the argument?
None.
I mean, that's the thing that cracks me up. If you got a problem, make an argument. Make an argument. Change is the only constant in this world. If you have gotten older and you haven't changed, something is seriously wrong with you.
That's one of the things I really enjoyed about your book, Obsidian, is that you can tell that you made a serious effort to make it based on research and study and academic rigor, not just what you think. That's major, because one thing missing in Black American what I call the Black American kabuki culture is studied rigor, evidence, right? They don't want to believe their lying eyes.
Yeah.
They want to believe their lying eyes rather than, well, let's go investigate and see what research out there supports what I'm thinking. They don't want to they don't want to look at it or consider it.
Yeah.
It's all personal experience. It's all now there's a place for anecdotal evidence. There's a way to go about using that. But it doesn't take precedence over real actual studies and empirical evidence. It doesn't. It is used to support is usually used to support the empirical studied and measured evidence.
Yeah.
Not just to stand on its own.
Yeah.
Well, in my experience, this. Okay, along with what?
Yeah.
Along with what? And so you really did a great job in your book in doing that. It wasn't just Obsidian saying.
Yeah, that was the whole point of the book, was to try to bring that to the discussion, try to bring something meaningful and evidence-based. So I thank you for that. I appreciate it. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But there's a sister in the chat room. She says Derrick Jaxn still has nearly 730,000 subs on YouTube. Seems this situation has not made much of an impact. I would have to agree. I think that the evidence at this point with regard to what Black women do, here's the other thing I would say, Pablo. The Black manosphere has basically been proven correct when it comes to Black women. And this situation with Jaxn is kind of like the final nail in the coffin, because unless we see actions to the contrary, it proves everything we've been saying right. So, there's a real question about how to move forward. What will moving forward look like? And I don't think most brothers that make the biggest stink are going to do what you did and just, go out of country and get away. I don't think that's going to happen.
Nah, you're right. I got no pushback on that. It's a very it's a heavy lift. It's a heavy lift for a lot of reasons. Cultural reasons, language barrier reasons, logistical reasons. economic reasons, yeah, it's can be a heavy lift. It's not impossible. You know, lots of people are doing it, but it ain't. Yeah, it's not. It ain't going around the corner. You know, it ain't going to the mall and picking up a chick at the. No, it's not that.
Hey, G Dizzle, you say that no wonder so many of you do struggle with women. Look who's giving you advice. Overseas baby mama chasers and 50-year-old, the science says dudes. Well, hey, man, click on the link. Do better. Click on the link, brother.
We here for you.
Do better. Link right there. I mean, you can come right on up and do better. You know, I got my workout for everybody to see. Where's yours?
Shout out
Seems
to
like the guys are a little shy today.
oh no, it's people in the back chat. Well, Truth is in the back chat, and Laro actually popped up for 1 second. If people were in the back chat, I was stepped away, so I wasn't able to bring them up.
Oh, okay, great.
So,
We're gonna have a good discussion. Looking forward to it.
But now that I'm back, well, somebody left. I think that was Laro that left. So shout out to Laro if you want to come back up.
Yeah,
come
Laro,
on and
come on
do it.
back. The water's just fine.
The Mac the Trucker in the building says Obsidian is the Baba Yaga today.
Yeah,
Hello,
Mr. John Wick. They call him Baba Yaga, the boogeyman.
Hey, I'm late to the party. I have not watched John. I have not.
You like it? You like it?
I'm embarrassed to say I haven't watched John Wick. So
yeah, you like it. You like it a lot. I love John Wick. So yeah, Baba Yaga. They nicknamed him Baba Yaga in the movies, which means the boogeyman. Yeah.
All right. Shout out to Truth. Thanks for coming. Thanks for coming on up. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Shit was good. I actually didn't really come up to disagree. I was.
Oh no, you good. You don't. Yeah, you don't have to. You know what I mean? I know. I like a good debate, but no, you don't have to be on disagreement mode to come up. You can just come up and give your thoughts, opinion, take, or questions or whatever. You know, you go ahead. You got it.
That's what's up. So with the with the Derrick Jaxn thing, all publicity is good publicity. Even going negative and going viral, it's probably just going to expand your base. It's almost goes back. It's almost reminiscent of like when niggas would get into drama just to get attention. You would have thought he would have suffered a real consequence, but no, I'm not surprised he didn't. And then to what Pablo was talking about, like not everything in the manosphere is monolithic, and there's a lot of gray spaces between disagreements. Oh, for sure. Like I agree with the where he was like a lot of manosphere rhetoric is 100% anti-baby mama. It's like, no, there's probably the exception to the rule. Although I do think, to be fair, it's a rule. I think all rules can have exceptions, but that's like an exception to the rule. If you find a woman with kids, that's like, I would never tell a nigga to look for women with kids. However, if he found one with a kid who had all the other boxes checked, that's kind of like an exception to the rule.
Exactly.
But I get the premise.
But you got to be able to recognize. But you have to be able to recognize the qualities of the exception, and that's what I was saying. Is she fit, feminine, and cooperative? If she has those, I can work from there. And then how many? 1, 2, 3, 3 different baby daddies. That's a different. Now we into different calculus, right? Because now that's telling you this person makes bad decisions. So guys, you know, so my disagreement is sometimes encapsulated in a matter of degree and looking at the evidence, not blanket.
Deacon Dave in the building with a super chat. He says, I'm confused. Is it a bad thing for a father of 2 to get with a mother of 2, or no woman with kids altogether? I don't think there's nothing wrong with a guy if he has 2 kids to get with a woman that has 2 kids, but that is subjective. It's up to the choice of the individual guy. But
if I may, I think the whole, because I see this a lot online, you know, Facebook and whatnot. There's a lot of sisters are upset by a lot of brothers. They see kind of as going overboard on the whole single mom thing. Even Kendra G talked about this recently. I think what has to be understood and appreciated is that there are a lot of black men who are under the impression or have the belief that they're kind of being put upon by single moms, that they're kind of being foisted, their kids and their whole situation kind of being foisted on them. And you're seeing a, swing of the pendulum going in the other direction with a kind of correction and reaction to all of that. And I think that's the reason why Russell Wilson is such a flashpoint, because he chose to be involved with a single mom or a baby mama, if you will, that has a sketchy past with a guy. It's not seen as a choice by a lot of women, but as seen as a kind of right on the part of them to have, a otherwise, upstanding, productive guy. And I think a lot of guys are kind of railing against that. I think that's really what's really undergirding all this.
Right. No, yeah, I agree with you. It's gotten to the point where it's just an expectation that, oh no, you're going to have to take care of another man's children. So no, I'm all for the brothers that have definitely pushed back against that. I mean, you led the charge in that, So yeah, well, I'm definitely all for that. But there is a reality in the situation. Yes, if a woman is coming to the table with 2 kids, yes, she's showing up with something that puts her at a deficit. But if there's also a guy who's also showing up with a deficit in that he's having child support extracted from his check because he has 2 kids, okay, he's at a deficit too. Now, if those 2 people want to build a life together, I can't say that that's wrong, but a general rule, especially if you're a single guy who's worth your salt and have made something of yourself, no, you don't just go get with a baby mama. That's I just no, especially if you're looking for a family. Yeah, build your own family. I think we all agree on that. And then once we all agree on that, then the exceptions can come into the rule. That so there's the exception to the rules can come in, I should say, once we all agree with just the general principle that young black men and even older black men with no kids, especially if you're looking to start a family, yeah, start your own family. Or if you're just a single man and a bachelor and you looking to deal with some chippies, as Obsidian calls them, if that's your speed, woman with kids, if you just look at that as not doing it, I'm only dealing with the hot ones that ain't messed up their body, don't got stretch marks and C-section scars. This is a person, it's an aesthetic as well as the other factors with the baby daddies and all of that stuff. I mean, yeah, shout out to Shakanulu in the chat. He says F them kids. I get it. Like, this is a space where we can say that here and put our fist in the air. Yeah, F them kids. Them ain't my kids. But at the same time, I can still respect Pablo. He's a man. He wanted a family. He wanted to be married. I always point out that they posted, the Passport Bros posted pictures of them and their wives. He posted a picture of his beautiful wife, and hey, he happy. I see a brother. I see a happy family over there. I'm not going to knock that situation. So we can put our fists in the air and say F them kids, but we still can salute Pablo. Hey, you're a happy married man. Good for you. That's the space we need to be. That's where we need to be.
That's an example of what Pablo was talking about. There seems to be this extreme where, either you're all for something and we all got to, kind of do a 3 Musketeers and, all for one and one for all, or you're against it and you're all on the other end of the extreme where you do another 3 Musketeers, all for one and one for all. It can't be a both and. It has to be an either or. And I think that's a real problem among black men insofar as the black manosphere is concerned. There's room for both. There's room for both.
Yeah, and here's another thing I threw in my calculus. How hot is she?
Yeah. You said that's the hill you're gonna die on. You said, I remember you said that. Yeah, you said if you can get hotness, you compromise a few other things, and having a kid was one of them. If she hot, and she, yeah. I mean, yeah. That's where you at.
I'm okay if I die on the hill and they roll me into divorce court in a coronary heart attack. I'm okay with it.
And what's interesting is that your deal breakers
are or aren't.
Right. There's a very real problem with.
And you have no idea. You just drifting and you keep asking questions. Well, what about this? Well, what about that? Well, man, fuck the what about. Make up your own mind. You're a grown ass man. Figure it out.
Oh yeah, yeah. There's a real problem with Black American beauty because a lot of Black women never really put themselves in a bad spot in that regard. So in Pablo's case, I can see him saying, well, yeah, she may be a baby mama, but the trade-off is that she's hot. How many Black women can we say about that stateside?
Well, we got somebody new on the panel before I read this super chat. That's Nor.1Flex. Hopefully I said that right. Hold on, mute up for a second. Mute up for a second. I'm calling to you right after I read this super chat. Corey Bentley in the building says 20-year-old me, no baby mamas. 46-year-old me, widower with 3 kids. I don't mind if she has kids, just no grandkids. Just saying. Okay. Huh. All right. Shout out to you. Thanks for the super chat. Appreciate that. Ladarius Munford says, brothers looking at things like black and white when there are some gray in some areas. There's a lot of nuance in a lot of situations. Absolutely. Absolutely. What the hell? All right, go ahead. Go ahead, Nor.1Flex. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Going good.
I appreciate the show, man. I do something similar on a different app. But yeah, I wanted to say something because I think Obsidian say something about it's fair game in terms of baby mothers. But I would say the culture that exists today, the danger, I don't know. Well, I think personally the danger in making that statement kind of support this idea because a lot of these women have these false expectations. About what they want and coming into relationships with children already. So to say like it's fair game, would you say that that's the normal psychology of men, or would you say that's the exception? Because I think it's over exaggerated, especially in terms of how women think of it. Opposed to men.
Well, men have been fostering children forever. So that's nothing new at all. I think what's new in a Black American context is the idea that you must accept this. And I think that's what Black men are railing against. I think it's one choice among many in the menu of mating options.
That's like the keyest part of it, because there's a hardcore rhetoric right now that's been around as long as I can remember. I'm only 29, so I don't know, but as long as I can remember. In fact, I'm pretty sure in most modern spaces, if you even said something to the effect of, oh, a man should actually kind of avoid the single mother, that you're going to get like so much flack, you're going to get so much PC outrage. There's very few, like, maybe with your boys you can say that shit, but out in public, you can't. That opinion's not really allowed.
Now, see, if you ask me a different question, if you ask me, Pablo, do you agree with Derrick Jaxn's statement that baby mamas are for real men? I would say, nigga, get the fuck out of here with that bullshit.
Right.
Because
niggas like D. Jackson are so cancerous. The fucking simping up to the women ass motherfuckers.
Because what I did is a personal choice I made on the calculus I use for my life. I don't take that and say, you guys got to do what I did. Bullshit. No, you shouldn't. Matter of fact, if you ask me, and depending on the age of the man, if he's between 18 and, I don't know, 40, I would say, no, don't try this. You know, you need to try something else. I didn't get married till I was 45 years old, guys. So, I mean, don't look at me as the norm. You're absolutely right. So you have to use your own critical thinking skills to maneuver in life. And from what I see from a lot of guys, they're not doing it at all. They sound a lot like the chicks that come on Kevin's show. They're in total delusion. They ask so many questions, it makes you wonder, do they know what the fuck they're doing in life?
Mm-hmm. Corey Bentley in the building with the super chat. He says there are baby mamas and there are baby mamas. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. We're going to go to Laro. Haven't spoke to you in a while, man. So good to hear from you. Welcome to the show. Go ahead. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Hey, yo, what's up, man? I got a question for Pablo. Pablo, look, I'm down here. I'm in Texas, right? So the natural people that's down here, right? It's a bunch of goddamn Mexicans, right? So I would ask you, how? I mean, like besides like the hair, right? I mean, because sisters have something with their hair, right? Why do you think being with a goddamn Mexican is better than being with a sister, bro?
I don't know. I don't deal with Mexicans.
Okay, well, a Colombian woman. Well, what's better, bro?
Well, for me, it's a question of, well, let me say this. In my search for a woman, it's easier for me to find a piece of straw in a stack of straw than it is to find a piece of straw in a stack of needles.
Well, you do understand this.
What? It's always a follow-up question. It's never a genuine question.
Nigga, I'll return
it. Okay, hold on, wait a minute.
Easy. Use your critical thinking skills on that one. It's easier for me to find a piece of straw in a pile of straw than to find a piece of straw in a stack of needles. That's why.
Okay, now Pablo, check this out. All right, listen. If you in a small
backdooring you.
Okay, Pablo, if you are in a small community, right, and let's say you went out with a girl in high school, right, from the other side of town, right, versus a girl who you went to high school with, right? Look, the only thing that's going on right now by going overseas is you don't know those women's dirt. Those women grew up doing dirt. They probably been in prostitution. They probably did whatever, but you just don't know about it, right?
Got it.
You just don't know about it, right?
Got it.
Wait a minute.
Like
in Black America,
hold on,
do you know the obesity rate in the United States of America for Black American women? The obesity and overweight rate. What is it?
Okay, so you're going to ignore what I just asked you, right?
It's 63.
You answered your question.
Wait
like, there's no answer.
Wait a minute, Laro. Let me help you out, Pablo. Laro, that question is only a relevant question if Pablo said, I got with this woman over there because the women over there aren't whores. Because you're basically saying, how do you know that they weren't whores and doing all kind of dirty shit like the women over here are doing dirty shit? I don't think Pablo ever said that he went over there because it was a lack of sexually promiscuous women. That's not even his premise.
Right.
I think he has a healthy understanding that if he found a woman here, she probably had a sexually promiscuous past, and he found a woman over there. It's a possibility she has the same past. So that wasn't his dividing line. His dividing line
is it's easier to find hot women. That's my premise. Easier, more abundant, more of it. That's it.
Well, you know what? I wish that would be the talking point. I mean, that's cool. But where I'm from, the Latinos are built like fucking refrigerators, bro. And I'm just saying they are.
Okay,
right?
so
some of them that do got the muffin top, but the only thing that matters in this equation is, does Pablo's wife have the muffin top thing going on?
No.
Because some bitch in Oregon had a muffin top.
Hold on, Laro. Let me help you out. You are making a good point to some people who they just completely, and this is where somebody just speaks to that, going to the extreme. The extreme person, yes, you can make that point to. If they basically say, if they make an argument that implies that the vast majority, if not damn near all, non-black women are just perfect, impeccable, in great shape, pleasant, nice, feminine, sweet, and beautiful, and gorgeous, and will iron your drawers. If somebody is making that argument, then yes, you can counter by saying, no, they got refrigerator-built bitches too over there. But Pablo never made an extreme argument. So it's like you're countering his more measured argument with the argument that you should make.
He just brought up the 80% obesity rate. He did do that though. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I gotta hop in here just for half a second. It's like if you have an opinion that like blacks should stay homogenous, I can kind of fuck with that. But as far as like the analogy he used, finding a straw in a stack of straw versus a stack of needles, it's like the concept is the needles are gonna hurt you. The straw is easy to deal with. Like dating black women is sometimes toxic and draining. Whereas and this is just my experience, whereas other white women, it's more varied, but in my experience, Spanish women, almost across the fucking board, all of them are super submissive. I don't even care if the bitch is a feisty, dominant personality trait. Her culture dictates that she worships men, she reveres masculinity, she knows her place, she can get told to shut up and not freak out about it. Like, you don't have to train her as much. Just Spanish women come pre-programmed by their patriarchal society. And on top of that, you're saying a lot of them are built like, I don't know, I live in the Southwest. I live close to Cali. I'm in Vegas. Every Spanish bitch I pay attention
to. All right, I'll have to catch you on next time.
Oh, my bad. Hold on, wait. Silent did post in the back chat that he wanted 30 seconds. Go ahead, Silent, real quick if you can. Go ahead.
Fuck. Now
now you don't remember.
No, like I'm always like under the gun. I can just not naturally just get my shit off, and I try. So, no pressure. So, well, first thing I want to say is the illustrious Wakandan Pookie said, "Nah, player, all that baby mama shit over with." First of all, and then
who are you referring to?
Killmonger. You know when he said all that challenge shit over with. Oh, god damn. My genius is goddamn underrated.
Yeah.
From fucking Black Panther.
I get the reference now. I still think you kind of whiffed on that one, but anyway, it's all right.
All that baby mama shit over with? Nah. Because niggas in the chat was like, they thought the stepdaddy market was over with. Never mind. The joke fell flat. Came with them.
It happens to the best of us. Go ahead, man. You got it.
But yeah, I was just fucking talking about this fucking sexual degeneracy shit on Game Changers fucking channel like a few days ago. And it's what we're seeing is like old man was saying, right? Is that Russell Wilson, the reason why men are upset at Russell Wilson, because Russell Wilson represents that bow tie nigga, right? And black men understand that our women are highly influenced by media. So whenever you get that type of guy who is in the social spotlight, he has an opportunity to shine for all niggas, if you will. And so black men feel like, okay, if these type of men would stand their fucking ground, it's gonna make it better for us regular guys on the bottom. But if these broads are seeing even niggas like Russell Wilson, who could get any woman he wants, and he's still selling them for baby mamas, they know it's gonna empower all the regular bitches to then create that attitude. So basically in the army or in the military, they call it a blue falcon or a buddy fucker. You're fucking over your buddies, right, by being off code. That's why niggas are upset, because they know that Russell Wilson represents the average everyday conversation of the Pookie versus the good guy argument. And it is a direct visual that here's a visual of the pretty girl who goes have the baby with Pookie and then gets the cleanup man in the end. And then black men are, like when Jay-Z is making a rap song, right? About I'm fucking your bitch. Okay, and all the dudes are singing, I'm fucking. Now Jay-Z is technically talking about fucking your bitch, but when you're singing the song in the position of Jay-Z fucking another nigga's bitch. So when he's singing the song, he ain't talking about fucking my bitch. I'm talking about fucking another news bitch, right? So he is essentially the stand-in for the good black man, and he buddy fucked everybody. Because now all the women now are saying, I can be like fucking Sierra and go fuck off and then go catch me a 6-figure nigga. That's what black men are rallying against.
Gotcha.
Oh, I understand why they're against
I never heard of buddy fucker.
In the military, you call it a blue falcon. So if you talking in formation and getting everybody else to do push-ups, because you're always fucking up. So, you got to square his ass away.
Okay. So,
yeah.
All right. Thank you for your commentary. No, I generally agree with pretty much everything you said. right there.
Now we're on the right track then.
Yeah, we on the right track. We're on the right track. And your jokes and movie references do be genius. Do be genius. And obscure.
You know, I thought of that quote because I'm thinking about like how Killmonger Wild start waving his hands like, nah, nigga, all that shit over with. Like, because that's what niggas are doing. Like, B, all that bullshit, you know, all that, all that shit over with. We ain't playing that no. That's not what niggas. Peace, peoples. I appreciate you.
Thanks, Silent. All right.
Yo, hey, Bernard,
can I say something real quick?
Go ahead. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna go back to Laro. He was giving the pushback. So go ahead, Laro.
Hey, Pablo. When you go there when you went there initially, right? How do they really treat black people like wiping up their daughters, bro? And I'm asking this because I genuinely want to know. It's no sarcasm in the question. How do they really treat brothers when they coming down there, courting their daughters?
Okay. I can speak from my experience with my wife, and my wife is Dominican. She's not Mexican. You have many different cultures in Latin America and in the Spanish-speaking Americas, right? You got Dominicans, Mexicans, Colombians, Venezuelans, Hondurans, and on, right? And it's different, right? Australia is not like the United States, although they speak English. Neither is Canada. Neither is the UK, right? So we have different cultures. So I can speak for my wife's culture in this, that when I came and met her and began dating her
in the background. Hold on.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Just somebody is literally playing music. I think that was Mel.
Well, I'm in Walmart, bro. I'm in Walmart.
Okay, that's you. My bad. Okay, my bad, Mel. I didn't mean to charge you up. Yeah, okay, go ahead, Pablo. Yeah, Walmart.
So her mother, her sisters, nephews, everybody treated me with great respect. They didn't ask nothing of me. Anything that I did help them with was because I wanted to. And so I've had a very amazing experience. So, and from my experiences in other countries, Colombia, Brazil, it was very welcoming. But what happens when immigrants come to this country, they become indoctrinated with anti-Black propaganda from the minute they hit the United States of America, right? My wife has pointed out things to me. She would say, oh, they did it because you Black. And I was like, huh? And I was like, no, not really. I would brush it off. But because I'm so used to it that a lot of it I'm not in tune to, right? So to answer your question, when you meet immigrants here in the United States, by the time you meet them, they've already been bombarded with anti-Black American sentiments. Okay, they've basically been taught from the minute they hit here, you're a slave, you're a second-class citizen, you cause trouble here, you're a problem. Okay, but in their home countries, they don't receive that. They see LeBron James, they see Steph Curry, Muhammad Ali, Will Smith, Denzel Washington. It's a whole different viewpoint. Black American males in particular are not viewed as problems. They're viewed more like almost like a freaking superhero. Okay, especially in Asia. Go ask Black men that visit and travel to Thailand. I got video footage of them walking down the street and girls coming out and just coming out of businesses and bars and following up and down the streets. Ask Al Grease. He was on the trip. The women literally ran out the bars. So how do they treat it? Take a trip and go find out. Matter of fact, Mexico City is one of the places that I'm hearing raves about from Black men, how much they enjoy Mexico City in Mexico, not Mexicans here in the United States. Whole different calculus. Because the people you're meeting here are the most desperate among them to leave and find another life. Okay, so there's that.
if I'm looking at it correctly, I was trying to look up Thailand currency because okay, this is and granted I have. I'm sorry, what's that?
A bot.
Yeah. I'm just trying to see the difference in that from U.S. dollar to.
If I remember right, it's like 50 something to $1. I could be wrong about that.
Yeah, no, actually, I think like 30 cent to. Wait, no, hold on. I don't know. I'll Google it and figure it out. But when you're talking about how do they respect black men, look, this just makes sense to me. I haven't experienced firsthand, and Pablo, you can confirm. Well, you kind of already confirmed it, but I just look at it like this: if you're a Western man walking around in black skin, but nonetheless a Western man showing up to a country where the dollar is 50% worth, 50 times more than whatever their currency is, even if you're a regular dude making 70K, you more or less a rich man just walked into town. If he's interested in a young lady over there, and then I can't fathom, the father saying that, okay, well, this Western man who's walking around in a different shade of skin, but the vacation money that he has in his pocket, his little vacation spending money could pay all our bills for 6 months to a year. I can't imagine that would be some major issue. And Pablo, like, does that make? Hold on, real quick. I want to go to Pablo on that. Does that make sense, Pablo? What I just said there.
Yes, Bernard is spot on. Yes. You
basically
you go
he
from
looked
being.
at
Wait
it
a
as a
minute.
big old trick, right, Pablo? He
What's that?
looked at it as a big old lick or a big old trick that's coming over there, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes.
Hold on. Wait. Time out. Let
Yeah.
me ask this question like this: when 50% walk into the club, is he looked at as a big old lick or a big old trick?
I think 50 is looked at as being 50.
No. He's looked at the same way. He can provide them a lifestyle that they don't have. All women want it, brother. You're not gonna change that. You're not gonna change that in any country. That's what they want. Do you listen to Kevin Samuel's show? Do you listen to his show? What do they say every night?
I don't.
Okay, okay, go listen and find out what they want, and then call me, and then get back on here.
I know what they want.
They don't want your love. They don't want your love and affection. They want the money.
As a guy, as a man, I know that every woman wants resources from a guy.
All right, then why are you asking me a ridiculous question?
No, I asked you what's better. That was the initial question. What's better?
You couched it in some ridiculousness.
Okay. The fact that they may be more docile, is that better?
Yes.
Yes.
Exactly. Look, Lorenzo, I got a question for you. Do you travel yourself, Lorenzo? Do you travel yourself?
Yes, I've traveled.
You traveled to overseas to those countries Pablo been to?
I've been to Thailand, but I never did the DR thing because it was told that that shit is too ghetto, so I never went down there. But I've been to Thailand.
Why not go yourself and find out? Stop worrying about what other people say about it and see for yourself before you can judge.
I mean, I don't. This is where I'm at. I don't understand the pushback, and most people know if you watch my channel that
okay. This is the Passport Bros show.
Let me make one thing very clear. I am in a very happy relationship with a dark-skinned American-born black woman who's docile too. Let me just throw that out there.
Let these niggas know.
But yeah, got to put my fist in the air on that one. But I don't understand the pushback to Pablo and what he did to find what he needed out of his life. And he happened to find it in a woman from where? I forgot. The Dominican Republic, right, Pablo? I forgot where your wife from.
Yes, the Dominican Republic.
Okay, yeah. So he found what he was looking for there, and the man is happy. He ain't so I don't see the problem.
Because Bernard, you know what? No, the factor is it's too much dick policing. That's what it is. That's how I see it.
No, Laro is stuck with a woman that's not docile.
And that's a fact too. Also,
hey, listen,
busy.
I just want to
where they want to find your wife at, brother.
Hey, look. I am married to an African American woman, and she is not docile, right?
Hey, Laro, I've been there. I'm divorced for a reason, so I'm with you. I put my fist in the air for you on that one too. Yeah. But anyway,
Bro,
go ahead.
So why? So okay, then Lara, you say your wife is not docile. Why are you mad at another dude that has a wife that's docile? No matter where she from.
Look, man, I've seen Pablo on streams around hoes in the club, right? And that's like very unbecoming of a fucking married man. Now look, do what you do.
But that doesn't mean he's fucking them, though. Does that mean he's fucking them? No. He's in the
hold on.
Or him and his wife have an arrangement and understanding that hey, go travel.
Exactly.
I mean, I don't even ask Pablo that personal question. I just kind of assume it in the back of my mind that they have an understanding that he's gonna travel and what happens in wherever the hell he traveling to stays and wherever the hell he traveling to. That's my assumption. But Pablo, hold on, Pablo. You don't have to. Hold on.
Wife will allow for that. Meanwhile, Laro's docile wife will bust him upside the head with a rolling pin if you even think about it.
And Pablo, you don't. Hold on, real quick. Come on.
No. The difference is this, right? My wife won't sit by and shut the fuck up if I want to go to the club and fuck on bitches. That's the difference. That's a difference, right?
Yeah.
So I just wanted to say real fast, like, one, if you want a bad looking Latina, you gotta go where Latinas at, Southwest. You don't even gotta leave America to keep it a buck. But if you want to, yeah, you can go a lot of fucking places. Two, if you got a female at home who's uncooperative, I feel like you probably lost interest in her a long time ago, and you're not motivated to put in the work. And I've been there. I think anyone's been there. Bitches get old. But you got to remember, and this is just my opinion. This is just straight up my opinion, but I genuinely feel this. Females are like dogs. And the worst thing you can do is let them think that they should be thinking for themselves, because what happens is then they get anxious, right? It's like if you've ever been over to someone's house who doesn't have leadership with their pets, it gives the pet anxiety to think that they're in charge of themselves. They're actually a lot more comfortable when they have someone just giving them a rule set, explaining the rules to them and telling them the game is fair and to trust their lead. The only time in my experience that I stopped doing that or had to like learn that can never be stopped is whenever it was like, oh, I'm not motivated to do this for whatever reason. It might have been blue pill, knowledge, Disneyland, background, what have you. But even as I matured, then it became taxing. Like it's a lot of energy to train a whole human. So you might have to come to terms and be honest, like, oh shit, maybe I don't have the energy to constantly have to train this person. Or maybe she's not hot enough to motivate me to even want to deal with her ass. I don't know.
All right.
So you think it's cool to look at your mate as a fucking pet, bro?
Facts, yes.
All right, we gonna let that.
I would use that.
Hold on, I want to. Okay. Well, okay. Well, I'm gonna pass it. I'm gonna pass it to you, Mel. Then we got a new person on the panel, Anthony Banton. We got to go to him. He's been waiting patiently. But Tomcat in the building with the super sticker. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. We also got the solo traveler says classism is more important than race. I agree 100% with that statement. We got my man Shaka Nulu in the building says Laro is jealous. Just his opinion. That's his opinion, Laro. That's his opinion.
Good one, Nu.
Shout out to Nu. Shout out to Nu. Hold on, real quick. Young J216 in the building. He says plantation politics dudes like this want you to remain mentally on the plantation. This argument is beyond idiotic. Pablo, stop debating dudes who aren't traveling and living the lifestyle.
Thank you.
Shout out to Young J216. Malcolm Luther X. Goddamn, that's funny. I bet that's Malcolm Luther X. Oh, God, who's washing dishes? Malcolm Luther X in the building says, shout out to Laro with the depolicing / sniffing. Yeah, okay, let's go to Mel. Go ahead, go ahead and give us your thoughts, perspective, opinion, whatever you came up to say. Because I know you kind of interjected in other conversations. Yeah, go ahead. I don't know if you had something that you wanted to say.
I'm add what Truth was saying. I probably wouldn't use the term dogs, but he makes a big valid point. You want a certain type of woman. Number one, you have to chase after that certain type of woman after you know your own standards. Then you have to follow up with it. When she comes part of your programming, you're supposed to let her know that this is what I stand for. You don't let her know that and she crossed the line and you deal with that. That is your fault. If you say your wife is not that docile and uncooperative, that is on you because you never set the standards.
Well, you don't. Okay, you don't know what he said, but you know, it's
Yeah,
some women.
I said she was not docile. I didn't say uncorroborative. I said she's not docile. She's not going for anything. Just because I say I want to go to another country while we're married and you're over here and let me go over here and fuck on these bitches and all that. If she's not going for that, you mean I chose wrong, bro?
I know couples that do that.
Yes.
Their wife don't have no problem with their husband.
Yes, you chose wrong. Yes.
Exactly. You chose wrong.
Let me
You got a
clarify.
combative shrew. Yes.
I know other couples that they
You got a broad that won't shut up. Yes.
As long as they let them know, as long as you don't bring it back home.
You got a battle axe. Yes.
You're supposed to let that know from the get-go when you first met.
You got a unrepentant broad. Yes.
You know what? I remember coming through here yesterday and you guys having a problem with a guy saying his wife can do whatever the fuck she wants to do because he does what he wants to do, right? There was a big thing. He was it was all in the chat.
The point is how you set your relationship. That's the main point.
Hold on.
Why are y'all arguing with Larry? He asked a question of me, and I'm here to respond.
Go ahead, Pablo. You got it.
So, Laro, what you don't know is before I did the live with Bernard, we had a conversation. And I believe I told Bernard, hey, I am a married man. Keep in mind, I said, but my wife knows I'm here and what I'm doing. And guess what? Bernard did not post the video on YouTube. It was a one-stop shop. Right? And the woman that I was with, okay, was a working girl, but I did not partake in any of her services, but I know her. So I went out, I had a good time, I drank my drinks, and I went back to my room. So all of this other shit that you're talking about don't apply to me, sir.
But they do apply to you, Laro.
Exactly.
The RX-O in the building says the issue possibly stems from the fact that men are so competitive over women. They want the travel bros to continue losing here in the States versus being happy for them. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. The RX-O, appreciate you. What else? Who else we got in here? Demetrius, don't make me try to pronounce that. He says, sorry that I'm late. Well, welcome aboard. I'm not going to even try to Higashi. I think I said it right. All right. So let's go. Let's move it on down to Anthony Banton in the building. Anthony Banton, you got the floor. You got the mic.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Doing good.
All right, real quick. And thanks, Bernard, for bringing me up.
No doubt.
Respects due to one of the patriarchs, Obsidian. But in addressing Pablo briefly, I asked a question. The reason why there was always an issue with regards to, dating a young lady that had a child is because in antiquity, the reason why you were supposed to date and marry a virgin was to protect your progeny. And that's one thing that we had to remember is that part of the reason why you were supposed to have a virgin or a woman that did not have a child was to protect your progeny. So a lot of the gentlemen up here are going to, accumulate a mass amount of wealth, for example. So who are you going to leave that to? So that's the perspective that you have to look at when you're dating someone is that, hey, if this woman has children, are you willing to leave your resources with, if something was to happen to you, are you willing to leave your resources with that young lady and with her children? That's the perspective that you have to look at. And then secondly, gentlemen, I ask that, we clean up the language. We're very astute, erudite gentlemen. There's no need to come on Bernard's show and, disrespect him with the curse. And I know that we can do better. We can engage in dialogue.
No. They're not disrespecting. I have a way to, if you notice, the first part of the show was clean, and that part will get clipped. When I open the panel up, it's no holds bars. We can wild out and do what we want to do. So yeah, there's a method to the madness, and I keep my pre-recorded videos clean. And typically, sometimes the first hour is clean. So I have way there's method to the madness. So they good.
Oh, okay.
Shout out to Emmett Perry said Bernard been cursing too. Yeah.
And one other thing we have to understand, brothers, is that we've done the first aspect is that in order to change the woman, we have to change ourselves, and we're doing that. We're stepping forward. We're creating a standard. The second thing is that, and shout out to Chronicles of Judah. He said this: it's culture. Culture meaning that there has to be a code of conduct. Meaning that if a young lady was to date me, and I say, just to give you an example, look, I don't mind you going to happy hour, but I need you have you in home by 9 o'clock. That's just an example. She may say, no, I don't agree with that. And then she may leave me to date Bernard because Bernard says, well, baby, you can come home at midnight. The point being is that we have to create a code of conduct. That's what's called culture, meaning that regardless to who she dates, the standard and the rules are going to apply with each one of us. That's going to change. Once we change ourselves, the woman is going to change automatically. And that's the one thing that we have to understand is the importance of culture. And then finally, we have to understand the difference between what is a wife and what is a concubine. There's only one type of wife. There's many different types of concubines. And that's what we have to make the distinction of. And once we do that, then we can move the ball forward. And, that's just my perspective on things. I'm new to the manosphere. I appreciate you, brothers. You provide valuable content. And you'll be hearing from me, further in the future. But now, once again, I appreciate you, and shout out to Obsidian.
Hey, yo, I have a question for you.
If I can address Anthony
for
a second.
Hold on, real quick. Obsidian, hold on. Obsidian. I think Obsidian had a question for Anthony.
Okay.
Anthony, would you consider yourself a henpecked man?
What type of man?
A henpecked man.
Meaning?
You don't know what the term henpecked means?
I have some idea, but I just to make sure, I appreciate you explaining it to me.
Do you have a docile woman at home, or is she more combative and disagreeable?
I have to be honest with you, Obsidian. I'm always transparent. I'm not currently in a relationship.
Well, that's even better.
Okay.
Better to be alone than to have a disagreeable woman. So do you think that our good brother Laro is a henpecked man?
From his conversation, I would say no.
Well, you know what?
From his conversation, you should say yes.
Oh man, you know what? You could have asked me that question. You know what? The thing is, I don't pay attention to that. I don't let that shit get on my nerves, bro. I mean, she could knit just like most black women, right? I don't pay attention to that shit. It is what it is. She says what she has to say, but I would do what I want to do and do what I have to do. Do I like it all the time? No. But you know what? As being born in this skin or whatever, right? I just personally don't choose to think, I don't think it's a good idea for me personally, right? And I can get it. If it's about retirement and making my dollars stretch, okay, I'm with that, right? But when it comes to someone knowing about knowing about how I came up, knowing about our culture, as dysfunctional as we all have put it across over the last 5 years or whatever, right, on YouTube. Listen, man, look, we can be henpecked, you can say henpecked or whatever, right? But is it worth it? Is it worth going over, learning a new culture, just to...
I don't know.
Okay, so I can't lie. I gotta jump in right there. That already sounded way too beta. Why the fuck would I learn my bitch's culture?
Why? I don't know. Is it worth it to be henpecked? I don't know.
Like, already you gotta have the right perspective, brother. Like, okay, so the concept is this, right? If you are contrasting your value to her value, if you're honest with yourself and there is a discrepancy, like you have way more value than her, you should be able to negotiate that out. However, if you are lacking in value, you got to be honest with yourself and say, maybe I lack negotiating power with this bitch. And I can't lie, like when I hear, oh, who wants to go to a new country and learn a whole new culture, I'm like, you already sound submissive to women. Like, I would never feel that.
Well, the biggest problem with that, and Pablo can confirm this, but I asked Pablo this question before. Obviously, Pablo has learned some things about his wife's culture, but overall, like when I asked the question, what's better, your Spanish or her English? Because when they met, he didn't speak Spanish, she didn't speak English. Which is a very weird thing. But
Actually, it worked great because the woman stays quiet.
Well, I spoke a little Spanish.
But right now, her English. Right now, her English is infinitely better than your Spanish.
I guarantee you, Pablo's wife is a lot more quiet than Laro's wife.
Yeah, but
you got that right.
Let's confirm this just for the record, Pablo. Your wife speaks infinitely better English than what you do Spanish right now, right?
Yes, because she's been immersed in the United States for 6 or 7 years now.
So she's been more immersed into your culture. She met you, and then she had to learn your culture. She had to learn your language. She had to adapt to you more than what you had to adapt to her. I don't understand where these arguments are coming from.
To the rolling pin of his wife. That's what it sounded like to me. It sounded like he was doing a lot of adaptation to that rolling pin.
And you know, if this ain't for you, hats off to you, brother. Keep doing what you're doing. I got no problem with it. I got plenty of friends that are married to ADOS American black women, and they just fine with it. They don't roll with me, and that's fine.
Are they him too?
I don't know, but they ain't getting on the phone talking about, man, why you doing all that? Why you going over there? Why you got to do this? No, they ain't doing that. They like, yo, we see you. Have fun.
Hey, Laro, blink 3 times. You can hear us, Laro.
Just to clarify real fast, because I want to make sure no one misunderstood me. I'm not saying it's beta to learn your significant other or even a generic chick's culture. What I was saying was beta was the idea that there's like this onus upon you to do so or you'll suffer a consequence. Whatever you do with the female has to be 100% your choice, not obligatory. Any obligatory aspect of that is reflective of your negotiating weakness. Like if I'm the dominant party, I don't have to do shit I don't want
to be on this side because I'm going to bring it through this gate right here. Yeah.
Hold on, let me mute up Pablo. I think he's talking to the Walmart greeter.
No, I agree with what he said. I agree with that. No, every choice I have made in my life was my choice. It wasn't because someone else pressured me to do it or asked me to do it, or Derrick Jaxn wrote a book saying that single mothers are for real men. No, I did it because it was advantageous to me at the time. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Simon Lander is in the building. He says Laro doesn't understand that pretty much all black women despise. Okay, here we go to all. Well, pretty much all black women despise us. We are not their first choice. They do not admire us. A poor working girl would be a better choice for black men than most black women. She looks up to us. I mean, that's when this side of the that side of the argument can start pushing, start going more extreme. Like, I think we got it good and measured where it need to be. I don't think we need to go all the way there to saying all black women despise us. A poor working girl is better than black. I don't go that far with it. I don't go that far with it.
What percentage? Right? All right, so let me ask you this.
I hate this.
What
go ahead.
Would you say are black women that are closer to the henpecked Laro's wife than?
What percentage are on some?
I'm sitting in the answer.
It depends. It depends on what particular type of BS we talking about. If we're talking about that, just combativeness and just bitchy pushiness and or I actually put a definition of henpeck to make sure I had it right. It's to describe a man. It's to describe a man when you disapprove of the fact that someone, often his partner, is always telling him what to do or telling him that he has done something wrong. Woo, that's a high percentage of black.
The black American woman, doesn't that fit her to a T?
That's a high percentage.
Right. To answer your question,
Anthony, hold on, wait, time out. Anthony was trying to jump in and get on that one, man. I don't
mind waiting patiently, man. I'm learning as I listen. So, to answer the question, it's 95 to 98% of all black women in this country are pretty much liberal. Let me define that.
Remember,
95 to 98. What is
one black woman to every 1,000 black women walked out on Derrick Jaxn? 1 to every 1,000. Remember that.
Okay. So what I mean by that, liberal meaning that when you're dealing with a black woman, you have to understand that she has 3 altars. Her primary altar is, you have the first altar, which is globalist, which is she's accepting of everything, LBGT, whatever, the various transgender things of that nature. Then she has the racialist altar. Now, she only uses the racialist altar to get attention, to garner attention. But what is her primary altar? Her primary altar is that of feminism. She is a feminist. And what we have to understand in dealing with the Black woman, and the example was on Ice Cube, is that they do not believe that they are a part of us. They believe that they are their own demographic. And that's what we have to begin to understand. They don't want to link themselves to us. And Obsidian, you know this as well as anyone. Women are the spoils of war. All
That's right.
So
except Black women, nobody wants to get henpecked by them.
Right. So as a
You
consequence,
don't fight a bloody war to get that, so you can get henpecked and bust upside the head with a rolling pin.
Right. So as a consequence, as your brother David Carroll said, their desire initially is for that white man. Why? It's because he's the head right now. He's in his rulership. It's temporary, but he's in his rulership. But why is it that we as Black men, quote unquote, Black men who are on the bottom, why do we garner so much attention from women? Why is that? It's because it's the divine energy that we omit. So
I thought it was the Mandingo thing.
Well, no, it's just the divine energy. It's just like Obsidian or Bernard
What is
walk
divine?
into a room and you're immediately, just that energy that you emit, women are going to be attracted to. So what you're going to see moving forward in these last days is you're going to see a lot of women hatch themselves to Black men. Why is that? It's just that divine energy.
You're sure it's not the doctor?
I mean, that's probably part
We're
of it.
talking about
I don't
divine.
want to come across as sounding so serious, but yeah, that's part of it. But once again, moving forward, it's just
So
the
the
divine
divine
energy
energy that's imbued in the jock strap. That's what's doing it.
The divine energy in the last days. It's the divine energy in the last days that got brought into the conversation. That got
I'm saying, give you an example. Like some things
we're living in the last days.
So you guys comment, let's say use Derrick Jaxn as an example. Very handsome brother, right? And I tell my daughter this, looks are one thing. I would say, let's say, we'll use Kevin as an example. Very clean, sharp brother. I will tell you unequivocally, without equivocation, that Kevin has far more charisma than Derrick. We wouldn't sit here and say that he's, physically more attractive, but I will tell you that he has far more charisma. That's what I mean by that energy that you emit. Bernard can walk into a room, clean cut. He's going to garner attention from women because of that energy that he omits. However you want to define it, whether it's charisma, whatever the situation may be. I know that me being 6'2.5", I like Kevin. I like to wear a fine European suit. I walk into the club. Women look. They talk. They stare. It's not anything that you have to do. It's the energy that you omit.
All right. Trina B in the building. He says, if Western culture is what is messing up women, but it's where the money is, would changing the culture mess up the economy? I don't think that's how it works.
I was about
is it a trade-off?
Yeah.
Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Dig Thug in the building. Which one is worse, being cheated by a foreigner or someone who is supposed to understand where you are coming from? I would say the latter. Is far worse for someone who knows and shares your history to get you locked up. All right, that's a sharp left turn. Well, not really. I mean, we was talking about the difference in. Okay, y'all want to say anything? I guess anybody can answer that question. It's a $20 super chat, so we're gonna take some time to sometime let somebody deal with and answer that one. But before you answer that one, shout out to Demetrius coming back again, listening while doing some homework. Hope everyone okay. Shout out to you, appreciate it. All right, all right. Go ahead. Somebody can answer that previous question.
So I was just gonna say, it feels like there's a lot of. I feel like men need to really, because the question already comes with this, like, I'm not the king mentality. Even like the previous topic or concept of like Black women are more rambunctious than other races. That's definitely true. But in my experience, all women respond to the exact same button pressing, right? It's like the simplest and shortest way I'll put it is and this is just my experience. Yes, there are different general personality dispositions between cultures, but in general, all females are the same. All they're looking for is authority. Authority comes in multiple shapes and sizes and what have you. But at the end of the day, it all acts and walks the same, right? So if you can't demonstrate to them that you're an authoritative figure, that's the root of all of your problems. And I feel like a lot of men are really not, I'm gonna keep it honest. Like, I feel like a lot of men get way too emotionally invested in her and take her serious. That's why I said the pet analogy. Because if, for example, if I come home and my dog has chewed the couch, I can sit there and yell at the dog, or I can look in the mirror and go, damn, I probably should have trained it better and bought it some chew toys because I know it's nature. Once you understand it's like men do that for themselves. They understand their nature. They don't ever expect their personality to supersede their nature, but they entertain cognitive dissonance because it's convenient. They'll pretend that good women exist, et cetera, et cetera. They'll believe what women tell them. They'll get gassed up, knowing damn well they gas up bitches, but they never expect a woman to gas them up. All kinds of shit.
So you do agree that some women are better than others, correct?
Oh, of course. Of course.
All right. So yeah, that's where I'm at with it. There's a baseline of some women are better than others. So if you are a guy who moves in masculine authority, yeah, you still don't want to reach from the bottom shelf and say, I can get this woman to act right due to my masculine authority. No, you want to get the best woman possible and have her acting right and marching and stepping in line to your masculine authority. So that's where I'm at with it. But yeah, there are some guys that have some problems that could be fixed if they moved a little different. Like it's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. But I don't.
Real quick for Laro. Laro, I want you to do me a favor. I want you to go to the breakdown, A Woman's Perspective. Go to their channel, or you can just put it in search in the YouTube and put in, have you ever met an exceptional black woman? You know whose idea it was for that show and who was featured on that show? Me. So, I mean, some of the stuff that you're talking is like you're trying to say that I don't know if you're insinuating that I hate my people or something like that. I'm one of the only men in this space that has ever said, yes, I have had an exceptional American black woman in my life. None of them motherfuckers say that, ever, including you.
Yes.
So I need you to go over there and check the record.
All right.
And ask the question of whether or not Western culture is at the root of the effery of women, black women in particular, and whether if we change the culture, we would, but yet still that same Western culture is where the money is. So if we change the culture, wouldn't we mess up the financial system? Now, I never thought about it that way before, but it is possible that BFF could destroy the entire global monetary system if we took it down. I never thought of it that way. That's a very good idea. That just goes to show you the depths of which and the power, the sheer power of BFF.
Solo Traveler ORD says, I agree but disagree with truth. Look what happened to Ice Cube. The black culture is to disrespect black men authority. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that.
I definitely agree. I saw the interview he's talking about with I can't remember the name of those women, but yeah, they definitely went out of their way to disrespect him and not treat him as an intellectual like just full stop neutrality, let alone the fact that he was a black man and that shit. But at the same tip, it's on us to correct that. Like, niggas need to be very skilled in their linguistics. Like, they need to be able to be eloquent, and they need to be able to put women in their place. Women won't put themselves in their place. Like I said, it's like being an animal trainer. You cannot expect the animal to train itself. And so with that, the point that I was making is just that again, people were saying, oh, you say you feel too much or what have you. No. I can only speak from my experience. I don't know every single black woman ever. But as far as my experience from what I've seen with my friends and myself, for example, if any woman is talking to you in a way you don't like, you simply say, hey, if you continue to speak to me in this manner, I'm going to sever ties. You're never going to see me again. So if that's cool.
Wait a minute. See right there, you're not talking about training women. You're talking about dismissing those that are uncooperative and out of pocket. Because
sometimes a threat is a form of training at times.
I know, but okay, there are some women that do things that you don't like, and then what's that clicking? There are some women that do some things that you don't like what you talk about there, and you say, hey, if you don't quit doing that shit, you're gone. Some of the women, they don't all of a sudden snap out of it and act the way that you want them to act. No, they be gone. You get rid of them. So that's really not saying that the guy just has to move a certain way and he can make that dog act right. No, that guy, what you're describing is a guy dismissing the untrainable dogs. Like the term Obsidian says, that dog won't hunt. He says that all the time. The reason that term exists, that dog won't hunt, because when they were trying to train dogs to hunt, they realized this dog is too damn dumb to hunt. So we just gotta dismiss this one. That's what I would say to add to what you're saying, because there's some truth what you're saying, but it's more so eliminating those that are problematic, because you're going to run into the problem where you're going to be telling dudes that they need to, shout out to Silent Lamont, that they're just going to have to if they got to nigga dance harder. It's almost like you can't say dismiss or get rid of her, but wait, if you're masculine enough, she will act right. Okay, which one is
That's my bad. Yeah, no. So, thank you for that. I didn't even realize I was being sloppy with my language. I didn't mean to communicate that. Definitely, there are some females that you got to discard, right? Not everything is savable. I think the reason I came off that way is
dump them before you discard them, or you just discard them outright.
What was sorry?
Do you pump them and dump them before you discard them, or do you just discard them outright?
Oh, it's always a pump and dump. It's always a pump and dump. But I think the reason why I came off that hard is because I hear a lot of times when men communicate, and I'm not trying to like shame them. It's because I almost remember my past self. I'm trying to like let them know you have to think of yourself as the prize. With every reality, people live in their delusions. There's people out there who, like Rachel Dolezal, this bitch thinks she's black, right? She's a white woman. People live in their realities.
And better job of it too than the black woman.
And there are people out there telling her she's correct. So even though most of us know she's insane, she will live in her reality and have success and have her circle. It's like men got to believe they're kings and that they're the prize. And oftentimes the way that they phrase their questions or sentences make me think that they think they're supposed to be negotiating or proving themselves to women. And it's like, nah, bro, like you're already there. Like make yourself the best version of yourself and all that good stuff. But you're not supposed to be like having some back and forth, trying to like validate her, etc.
Right. Yep, with you on that part. Somebody else was trying to jump in. We're gonna wrap this bad boy up at about 4 o'clock-ish. Well, not 4 o'clock. I mean at the 4 hour mark, not 4 o'clock. Damn. I say that all the time, but at the 4 hour mark, and we had 3 hours and 55 minutes right now. Somebody else was trying to jump in and say something. So go ahead, you got the floor. Whoever was trying to jump. Anybody.
Well, I would say is, what Truth is saying also too. We gotta learn the power to walk away and mean it and stuff. That's the problem. A lot of us brothers, you know what I'm saying? We got so indoctrinated from female mind reprogramming and shit like that. And I know Obsidian used the old Stanley Kubrick movie, A Clockwork Orange, and shit like that. That movie, I ain't see that movie, but I know about parts of that movie and stuff. And one of the parts is when they took Alice the Large and try to mind reprogram him with his eyes shut wide up, looking at that screen and stuff, the mind program from his psychopath behavior and shit. That's something everybody, black women gonna have to do to them also too, and shit. They gonna have to be mind programmed like hell and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, your way ain't working no more, and you still seeing your fuckery. We might have to start forcing the mind reprogram and change your behaviors now like crazy and shit. But the second thing to that is also too, we got to learn to walk away and mean it and stuff. Start holding back, walking away. Remember the situation with Tommy Lauren when she was talking all that shit about her white men, and they put her in check for that. And she went and made a apology video changing her tone. We got to start having more and more power to do that and stuff. For our black women that's coming in line and stuff.
Yeah, with Tommy Lauren, I mean, it was stupid for her to do that, largely in part because her audience, her listening audience that put their white fist in the air for what she's saying is white men, conservative white men. So she didn't realize that when you're saying men are trash, you do realize you're shitting on the people that you're shitting on your listening audience. That's like me. I mean, that was literally like me saying the black manosphere is trash. Like, wait a minute, hold on. These are the people that listen to my show and support my show. I have a show with the Black Manosphere. So that's why I was like, right when I was listening, I was like, she don't know what she's doing. She don't know what she's doing. You can't be saying that. You know, it's like somebody like Rachel Maddow, who has a bunch of who's liberal, who got a bunch of, well, I think she's gay, so that would be different.
A bunch of ugly liberal white women.
Yeah, a bunch of ugly liberal white women and neutered liberal white guys is her audience. She could say that and nothing will matter. But conservative white men is the audience that make you who you are. No, you can't take a crap on men. And the audience is all men. But wait, let's go ahead and shout out to Blue Lion. I got a lot of people that I haven't really seen super chat before dropping super chat, so I appreciate that. I appreciate all the new people super chatting and all the new people that been in the building. Make sure you subscribe. This video will be going down. It was a classic. So you definitely I was going to say rewind to the beginning, but it's going to be going down because it's going to be on the Patreon page. Like most of the live streams will go straight to Patreon. I'll leave some of them up, but this one is going down and will be put on Patreon. So check out the Patreon page if you missed the show from the beginning. But without further ado, we're going to go to Obsidian. Give us any final words. Somebody got some clicking. Give us some excuse me. Give us some final words on the main topic that we talked about, that we strayed away from, as we always do sometimes. You can take it back there. You can talk about what we recently were just talking about. Whatever you want to do. You got the final words, the final say. Go ahead and fire away. Take us home.
Yeah, thank you.
I spent a whole minute setting you up, and that's all you say. All right, yeah. Hey, thank you everybody who came.
I appreciate you, brother.
Oh yeah, no
appreciate it, man. Thank you, man.
Pablo, and Laro. Shout out to Laro. I respect Laro. Yeah.
Great show, great content.
Laro the hit back.
Yeah, no hard feelings, Laro.
Yeah, get off the Laro. Laro, put some spec on his name.
Order.
Put some spec on his name. Hey, that 4 p.m. was a gaffe. Okay, I meant we shutting it down at the 4-hour mark, and I messed around and said 4 o'clock. Yeah, I know what I meant. Cut it out. We ain't about to be in here that long. I got things to do. But thank you everybody who came through, who liked, shared, subscribed. I picked up a lot of new subs today. Thank you, all of the new subs and everybody who supported via super chat. I appreciate you, and we are out of here. Peace.